she's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. She slides, Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. According to Leanie, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chat's on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's clips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coin to Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here.
Welcome to our channel. Join us in our discussions.
Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On a chorus Couldn't believe me, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know.
Hello,
Together we are ready
welcome
for the
everybody.
show.
How's everybody doing? Maggie, you were, I thought Maggie was on, I thought you were turned off. Your volume was turned off. Could be wrong, could be wrong.
Hold on, dear. My earphones aren't working. Technical problem, guys. 1 second.
Don't we always? It's like they just know. Lainey and Maggie are coming on. We're going to have technical difficulties. How's that for starting a good humor, Lainey? I have not read chat yet. I will jump right into it in just a second. I want to welcome everybody so much for being here. We appreciate you more than you know. Please hit the thumbs up. That's all we ever ask. And welcome to the show. Maggie, how you doing, love bug? What's shaking? Tell me something good.
I'm okay, Gail. Well, nothing's good to tell you. Do you know what I mean? It's just shit day. It's just a normal day for me, like. I'm trying to think about anything good. I've been watching Maps Australia.
Huh?
That's really good. Is anyone else? Maps. Married at First Sight Australia.
Oh,
Come
so
on,
you
Lee,
guys,
get with it.
Isn't that nice how you guys got this cute little name for it? We don't. We just say the
We
whole damn
do.
thing.
Everyone does. Lizzo, tell her, don't we? Maps is Maps UK, Maps Australia, Maps fucking Germany, Maps USA. Oh, you shut up.
You shut up. You get it right.
Never come here to fight, but you know what? If you're going to bring it on, bring it on.
All right, how about
all these new people coming in are going to be thinking,
I know, you know what, we're gonna have to, let's take roll call.
Best you get.
Yeah, the new people aren't used to hearing us fight. It's the best part of the show, you guys. We're just letting you know right now. Maggie and I are joined at the hip, and when you're that close to someone, it doesn't always go as planned. She wants to go left. I want to go right. I want to go to the bathroom. She wants to go to bed. It's just the way it goes. So good morning, good evening, good day to everybody. Those that don't know, this is Maggie. She is my co-host and really the star of the show. She's the peanut butter to my jelly.
I'm the peanut butter.
Hello, Detour. Detour's in the house and says, Leanie, fun fact about Sheriff Nanos. He has served for 50 years. His career started in El Paso, Texas at the age of 20, won officer award after saving his partner. Here's the dirt on he's had 26 internal complaints and has been suspended 8 times for excessive force, insubordination, and gambling. There you have it. Well, we've got a little bit of news on Sheriff I don't know. That's what I call him.
Liz yourself before. Can't wait to tell you. You probably already know, knowing you, but there you go.
Lizzo's in the house. Listen, the mods showed up today. Let's give them head mods a round of appreciation and applause.
Ooh, no fucking getting in today.
Lizzo's here. Thank you, Lizzo. Tashi is here. Ben, I just call him Ben. He is here, or she. I don't even know if that's a girl or guy, but it matters not. Who else? We got John H. from the good English countryside over there drinking his tea with his finger up in the air. I know it. I can feel it. Possum says, hey, y'all. Possum the cat. Oh, if you guys are not in our late night shows doing the Jodi Arias trial with us, if you could stay awake or rewatch it, I mean, not all of it. We're on for many hours, but I'm just saying chat is so much fun in those shows. And most of these people that I'm seeing in here are from those shows, and we have some kind of inappropriate answers but about this Jodi Arias case, but I think it's out of exasperation. Well, listen, I can't make excuses for my personality. I am who I am. Do not take me to a funeral. I will be laughing at the most inappropriate times. It's who I am. I know I have a problem. There's no way to fix it now. Okay, I'm set in my ways. But a lot of people here, I have noticed, have had that same dark humor that Maggie and I have. Y'all don't even know about
terrible, guys. You wouldn't believe it.
Aussie True Crime and Anne's Place is in the house. Good to see you, ladies. Thank you for being here.
Hi, Ross.
Mag says, Maggie, I don't mind. It's up to you. If you and Leanie have got some news, then you can crack on.
I can't even see where you're reading that.
Much news. I'm just scrolling all the way down.
I'm right down there.
Detour says, okay, thanks. Just wondering because I have 2 notification. Leanie is taking a second husband. Lizzo, 1 isn't enough nowadays. Oh, hell to the no. I won't be taking another husband ever. But will I have more than 1 boyfriends at a time? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. But I will never be committed again unless it's to an institution. I could be committed to that institution quicker than you think. OxyClean, hello, good to see you. Lizzo says, y'all hit the like button, whichever you like. Please hit the like button. Every little bit counts. The ups or the downs, it's fine with us, except for Maggie. Maggie's a little shitty. Jane Rice is in the house. Good to see you, girlfriend. Thank you so much. Murphy is getting paid today. Natasha is here. Beautiful name. Love that name. John's been watching. Thank you, John. Okay, so let me make sure dot underscores here. Hello, my friend. I just want to make sure I catch everybody real quick. Jamie's here from over there in Michigan. Chris, good to see you, love bug. Was Canny and Cameron, not tomato. Yo, you think it was Annie and Cameron, not tomato hot sauce, dude. Okay, well, listen, we aren't, nothing is off topic here, except for I don't think Trump had anything to do with it, nor do I believe that aliens have anything to do with it. And, other than that, I just can't remember. But those 2 things are totally, I can't run with those. I can't make them make sense. I'm not gonna try. Andy Gray's in the house. Hello. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. I'm almost at the end. Anomaly is hell. I finally learned how to hear. Anomaly is hell, I said. She's here. And I finally learned how to say her name. I've just fucked up the rest of it. All right. I got to the end. Woo! Round of applause for Team Leanie. What up with that? All right, Maggie, do some talking because I need a drink now. Cold, hard.
Okay, well, I'm just saying to Lizzo, if Lizzo is welcome because she's been doing this as well.
Absolutely.
Lizzo, you're always welcome up here, right? I should have sent you the link before, and I forgot.
She's a shit.
I'm going to hold my hands up. I forgot, and you know I always do. So I'm a shit. So I just want you to know, if you want to come up, we love you up here with us because you're a dumbass and you call everyone else a dumbass, and we love that,
and
right?
You're a dumbass,
but if you're happy having a breakaway and you want to stay there, that's entirely obviously up to you. And I'm always grateful when this one is me. You see this one up there. No, she's
let me just make the decision. Let me just make the decision.
I'm not scared now.
Let me just make the decision for you. Drop the link.
Oh, shut up, hey, go on.
It's coming for Liz only, you guys, because she's been covering this case with us. But those two sit there.
Listen, I didn't want to push you. I didn't want to force you, Lee.
Listen, it is
Liz,
what it is.
I didn't want to force you. And she will. I was being dead nice in case she told
I know. You guys are nicer than me. We already all know this.
So I was giving her the truth. I know.
You guys, I have to explain.
And then she was being dead nice, going, if you want me up there or I'll stay here.
Oh,
I thought, so I can't keep me on.
She sent you a message. Liz sent you a message.
Drop the link, Thomas. I'm gone. So fucking drop the link, Thomas.
That's because that was what you were doing. You were
I'll drop it
handling
for
that.
you, girl.
Karen is in. She says, Annie and Cameron were at the house today. Problem
Hmm.
with the alarm. The only thing I don't get, I've been told, they only had one car. Annie is not driving car that FBI had. Just saying. Well, I didn't even know about what kind of car that was that Annie was driving when supposedly Cameron came out of the garage. People in chat, when I was showing it in chat, told me what kind of car it is. I had to look it up. I'd never even heard of one.
Yes.
$100,000 car. Tasha was saying, Leanie, all the Kardashians drive one of those. How the hell does she get a car like that to drive? Then I want to know too.
She is.
I want to know too.
There's my girl.
Hi, Liz.
Hello.
Oh,
Welcome to work,
you
Liz.
know,
You're
if
a
she
little
wanted
late,
to
but I
play out
forgive you.
and didn't want to come up here, Leanie, I'm gonna kick you dumb ass, Leanie. Okay.
Listen, Lizzo would tell us, she would be like, fuck off, I'm taking the day off. I feel it in my bones. I
Would
feel
you,
it in my
Liz? Would you
bones.
really?
Yeah, what?
To us too? Oh,
Okay, then.
hell yeah.
Okay, then. I'll just send you the link and you can go back.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, no,
hell
we should
yes. Liz
do
would
some
to
day
me
one.
and
I
you.
love having her up here.
In
Just
a
feel terrible
heartbeat.
asking her.
All right. So
Le-
what had happened was I had closed out my live this morning doing the Jodi Arias thing. I literally went straight out and got a cigarette because I haven't smoked in a couple of hours. I sat in the chair. This is no lie. And I am not psychic. I am not clairvoyant. I'm zero.
Yeah.
And neither do I want to be at all. I sat down. I smoked about 1/3 of a cigarette, which you guys know, the ones that know me know that that's exactly 2 hits. Okay. Because I'm a professional smoker. And it hit me. I don't know. I wasn't even thinking about it. It just came like a ton of bricks. The car. You guys remember the video of the cars passing by that house, the neighbor's house at nighttime. And I think Liz and Maggie are the ones that showed it on y'all's live about how many cars had passed by, and then we were making fun of Sheriff. I don't know, because he said we're viewing tens of thousands of cars, you guys, that passed by that time of night, and we're all like, "Wait, what? What do you mean 10? There was 12,
Tens of thousands, yeah.
Yeah." So automatically, we're all thinking he's full of shit. He's hiding something from us. But anyways, I smoked about 1/3 of a cigarette, and it all hit me. Remember in the beginning when they brought out the video as well, and I said to you guys, the video is spliced. And I can see it spliced in 3 places. We would expect it to be spliced, of course, unless they're splicing the video to hide things that we're not supposed to see. Ever wonder why nobody's talking about the car other than the tens of thousands that would come through that night? Why isn't anybody out looking for the car? How many times we asked that question? Why didn't they do like Coburger, put a Kia between this year and this year? We know they know how to do it. And they put everybody out on alert for the Kia, got 20,000 million hits on it, and some officer over on Washington State campus that went through his and said, oh, bingo, there it is. So we've all been asking since we saw the video of the cars driving by the neighbor's house. They know, they already said kind of what car it is. So why not put it out to the public and have us help, right? Well, remember Liz was saying, you guys, there's a car parked right, wasn't it you, Liz? That right beyond him, there's a car parked right there.
I sent you, did I send you the zoomed in picture so you could see it?
I think it was, I didn't remember if we did it on here or if you had sent it to me in private.
I haven't seen it.
I think I sent it to both of you and Maggie, the zoomed in of the car.
So
I didn't see it, Liz. Let me have a look. When was it, Liz?
Oh, a few days ago, I think.
That hit me like a ton of bricks that quick. Like, oh my God, that's where the major splice is. And that's why I can't see it, but I remember Liz either talking about it on here or somewhere else, and I had seen it. And that's what it is. That car is right there somewhere, driving around, maybe around that little circle thing, coming back in and parking by the garage or whatever. But somehow that car was in that video, and the other perpetrator.
Yeah.
The Maricopa county attorney holds press conference. That's in Phoenix. Do you guys want to watch that? I wonder if that has, let me look real quick. Maggie, if you could talk or read chat really quick.
Yeah, I haven't got that, Liz. I've just had a look through. I mean, I could miss it, I don't know, but from what I've just seen, I haven't seen it. Let's see who's in chat, because I haven't said hello to anyone.
It was from the video of the guy that looked like he was trying to get in a back garden.
Oh, yeah, I've just come across that, yeah.
Yeah, 2 backpacks. Well, the video I originally saw was like a slimmed down version, of the full screen. So there was a bit missing from it. So I looked at the full screen version, and to the left, if you zoom in, and you have to zoom in to see it, because when you zoom back out, it's just blurry. But if you zoom right in, there's a Kia Soul parked waiting with in the background.
Oh, let me try and have a look to see if I can find what's it called, and I'll bring it up. So the one which shows the guy with the backpack, it says kidnapper no mask, and then there's one underneath it called say shocking new discovery, what we all missed. Breaking news, new evidence for Nancy Guthrie.
Oh geez, I've got pictures from you that I didn't know I had.
A neighbour, it says, and then there's a white car on it. There's a couple of vehicles together, and it says a neighbour. It says
what's that? A neighbour, it says.
Siri says,
I don't know what that is.
16th.
If you listen to what the sheriff said, he was talking about the 10,000 on traffic cams at the main intersections by the shopping plaza, not 10,000 on Nancy's street. I'm just being facetious when I say that.
Yeah, I think literal. Yeah.
But literally, I will say literally, they asked him, are you looking into the cars that passed by Nancy's, what looked to be going away from Nancy's house, the neighbor's camp? And he said, of course we are, just like we're viewing the tens of thousands of cars that passed by there that time of night. Listen, you take that for whatever you mean. Right away, I took it to mean like, we're not even talking about, I feel like Juan Martinez. Sir, did I ask you about the cars that passed by there? No, we're just asking about the cars on the street. So he was being facetious. I'm being pretty facetious with it. You just got to know my humor. So welcome. Anyways, I didn't watch none of that, you guys. I don't know if anybody else has reported on it. I'm just telling you that's something that came to me just popped into my head about the car, because there's so many questions. If you guys don't know what that sound is, that is Maggie's little
I'm trying to cover the mic. I'm trying to cover the mic. That'll be made up. I'm trying to cover the mic.
That's Maggie's little baby, and she is snoring on her right by her. So there you go. So what we wanted to do was we are going to go back over, and I don't want to bore those that may be here and already know this information, have already figured this information out for yourself, or have seen it on other channels. Listen, I don't go to other channels to find my content. This is all brain work from all of us that are on panel and the girls that are over in Discord together. If we think about something, we shoot it out there. We're like, let's go with it for a while and see how it can work in here. But before we do that, we want to let you guys know that today's show released this morning. They released a teaser, I would call it a teaser.
Yeah.
And I want to go ahead and I want to go ahead and play that first and get that out of the way for those of you that just may be on break from work or have something else you need to do. I'm going to go ahead and just play the teaser for you. That way, if anybody comes in, mods, during our live and asks if there's any update, tell them to go to the teaser on the Today Show. So, girls, let's do that, and then we'll jump right back into this. Okay. Nope, not that. Okay. Watch your ears, guys. Watch your ears. I can't control your volume. All right. Our source, y'all, is the Today Show. And Maggie, can you run banner, or are you doing something?
Yeah, I'm just getting it now.
Okay, thank you. A fair use disclaimer, Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news report, teaching, scholarship, and research. And if Lizzo, if you've got a minute, if you could drop it in chat. All right, YouTube, we're floating it across the stream and floating it across chat. Don't come for us. All right, y'all, take a listen to this. Take a listen. Watch your ears, y'all.
But we're going to start with something that is very personal. It has now been 53 days since Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home in the middle of the night. And Hoda, yesterday, you got the chance to spend some time with our girl. You sat down with Savannah, her first interview since her mother's disappearance.
Yeah, Craig, Al, and Carson, as you can imagine, it was a really emotional conversation. We're going to have the whole thing for you tomorrow and Friday. But first, we did want to bring you one of the moments from the interview where Savannah shared a message to anybody who may have information about Nancy.
Someone needs to do the right thing. We are in agony.
Yeah.
We are in agony. It is unbearable. And to think of what she went through. I wake up every night in the middle of the night. Every night. And in the darkness, I imagine her terror. And it is unthinkable, but those thoughts demand to be thought.
Yeah.
And I will not hide my face. That she needs to come home now.
Yes.
Oh, man.
I mean,
How are you?
Oh,
I'm okay. I mean, there is a desperation and also a steeliness about Savannah. I mean, she's hoping that somebody, whoever this person is, will see something and say something. And as you'll see in the coming days, she talks about so many things. She talks about the investigation. She talks about her faith. And she talks about how she's getting through. That was one portion there. And in the next portion, you'll see how she talks about how God's holding her hand. So and she also will describe what's been happening here. But I was sort of marveling that she was able to sit there with an outfit on, have a conversation, and also have just direct thoughts about what she sees going forward. So
gut-wrenching to watch somebody you love so much be post 50 days of this tragic event in this tortured limbo state.
that's exactly where it is.
Yet to still show so much resilience and grace among it all.
Yeah.
But
And she will, I mean, she explains too, and you'll hear tomorrow, it's like no one's stealing her joy. So you'll see both sides of that. So we're
knowing that her faith is so strong, that's got to be.
That's what sustained her out.
Carrying her through.
I mean, that's
but
it.
no closer to closure. It's been so long to see our friends still so tortured this far after this horrible event.
And her brother and sister, too.
Yeah.
But to her point, you know, our only hope right now is that someone who is watching, someone who is listening, does the right thing, picks up the phone.
I mean,
picks up the phone.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to hear a lot more from Savannah in her own words tomorrow and Friday right here on Today.
Not only will you hear it only on Today, at some point during the day tomorrow and at some point on the day Friday, I will do just a short live only covering that unless something big breaks during the time. I want to say this before I have a discussion with Lizzo and Maggie a little bit over what we just saw. Um, I'm here to say that and so is Liz, I think I could speak for all three of us on this topic right here. None of us are doing these lives or giving you our opinion or the way that we research these things. We're not trying to change any of your minds about what you believe to have happened. And you are welcome to your own belief. You're not going to hear any bashing. We're not going to bash you because you don't believe the way that we believe or I believe or any of us. You're welcome to your own opinion. I think, men fought and died in this country for us to have an opinion. The only thing that I ask ever is that we be adults and we put it, and if you're going to have a discussion with someone, even in the chat about your differences of opinion, please keep it to a healthy adult level. Sometimes I won't lie, even I struggle with that. Sometimes something will come out of my mouth and I'm like, I got to break it off. Not the time nor the place. So keep it at a healthy level. I think a good debate is wonderful. I love debates. So like I said, we're not here to change your mind. We're just here to give you our take on it, what we come up with, which a lot of times us three up here, there's certain things about this case we probably won't agree on until we see it in court and we'll be like, okay, yeah, I get it. And we're quite okay with that because we're adults. We know how to handle it. So PJG, Justice for Magnolia, and that's where I'm going to leave that right there because right now that's not the topic, but I appreciate you coming in and saying that and having a view about that, but I'm just going to leave it right there. U2I version, I have no clues, but I think images were all the same day. Okay. John says, I still feeling it's one or two family members. Ari says, hi, Ari, good to see you. Hi, all. This case is taking too long. Completely agreed. Let's bring my co-host in and her co-host, and let's see what they say about this. There was a couple things that just grabbed out at me of just a couple words that I picked out the way that she was wording, Savannah was wording it, that made me think, yeah, we're on the right track, I think, of the family knowing she is deceased. Hi, Rican, good to see you. What says you, Liz? You got anything for me? Maybe they're off in La La Land, y'all. Maybe I think I put the English women to sleep. That's okay. I can keep going. Let's
Sorry,
see.
I've just got back. I had to let Jessie out.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Siri says, fake sniffling, Vaseline by eyes for wet look, watch too many soap operas. Okay. Oh, I didn't see your comment in here. Doc needs to go out. Okay. And then Tashi says, Siri, it didn't seem genuine to me. And then I still feeling it's one or two of the family members. I have no clue. Think the images were all the same day. This case is taking too long. Siri says, feels icky that they are doing a show for ratings. Okay. What says you girls? I mean, clearly we have some differences of opinion, and hey, I don't mind it. I mean, nothing's out of the realm of possibility right now.
No one knows. We haven't got a clue, have we?
What?
Hello,
Juicy Jules.
wishes.
What? You're right. You're
Juicy
right. Check
Jules.
about the title. Don't know what the hell that means. Listen, you got to talk in full sentences to me. I'm sorry, I don't understand the lingo anymore. I just don't. I'm old and I'm tired of trying to work things out.
Whoa, you're right about the title.
Oh,
I think that's what
I don't know. I still get it not. Poof, smoker. Weird. The hell? Okay, I'm skipping over that completely because there are intelligent people here. I know it. Hello, best wishes. What to do today show? God bless. Is everything all right with the staff? We miss Jane Pauley. Oh, you're showing your age, Jason. Jane Pauley on the Today Show back in the 80s. That crazy girl. I did like her as well. Listen, I did watch the Today Show back in the 80s because in Germany you only get one American channel, AFN. And every freaking morning, Monday through Friday, the freaking Today Show was played. YouTube iVersion says, feels icky to me because she's used to being on script, so maybe. Anomaly says, nasty work. The family is definitely divided. You don't even see them together. It seems everyone is just accepting that their mom has passed. Welcome back, Dot. You know, so the deal is this was just a little teaser that was put out by the Today Show. Hoda is getting she's getting an exclusive one-on-one with Savannah that will be played in 2 parts starting tomorrow. 1 part on Thursday, 1 part on Friday. Tune into the Today Show. If not, and if you do that, come and tune in with us. We'll go over it and go over what we think about it.
I mean, I said that. I said exactly that. And seeing her then, I felt bad for saying, oh my God, she's not shedding a tear, blah, blah, blah. But as Leonie said, she is a professional at it and she can compose herself. But I think that was genuine then. Do you know what I mean? We're not with them all the time and you don't know what's going on. It must be, I mean, I don't understand why they haven't been out searching. But is this, they haven't been out searching because they know more? Because obviously the sheriff knows more.
There's been nothing as the front brother and Annie in weeks.
No.
I think this is the problem that we're having with the family. And I think, at least for me, let me speak for me. The problem I am having with the family is I couldn't imagine exactly what Anomaly says. She says, I couldn't imagine going back to work, not knowing if my mom was alive or not.
No.
And
I couldn't have left Tucson.
Right. And I'm going to take it a step further and say I couldn't have left Tucson or done anything but stay in my pajamas and have someone throw me in a shower every now and then if my mom was missing, dead or alive. I want my mom home and I want her home now.
Yeah.
So I think, is that the disconnect that we're having with understanding the family or feeling like, is this real or not?
Yeah.
Because it's not the way any of us would react to it.
Yeah, probably.
Are we not seeing them at those times though? This is the way, because I've seen her like that now. I'm thinking, oh, surely to God, they're going to be. But then she travelled all the way to New York and to go and see a workmate. I couldn't have done that, Lee. But should I judge someone because they could? I don't know. I just couldn't have done it. I couldn't find how. I don't understand how anyone could do that. But when I do think people say, well, not everyone's the same. But I don't know how they could. I just wouldn't be. I just want to curl up in the corner and die if that happened to one of mine.
Exactly. I cannot connect on a human level with. I just can't connect on a human level with this kind of emotion shown. I mean, now I wasn't in the public, you know, when my mom passed away, I had to go back. It wasn't a choice for me. I wasn't a millionaire that could handle my bills for a little while, or my husband wasn't a billionaire in his own right to be able to handle our bills, right? So I had no choice but to go back to work. I took a week off. I went back to work. I struggled. Sometimes it'd just be too overwhelming. I'd go in the closet. I'd go into my car, and my boss knew it. I was like, look, either this or I'm going to have to quit, you know, and claim unemployment because I can't get through a whole day. I just can't. And so I would she's like, take whatever you need. And they were really gracious with me. But I find myself in the weirdest places by myself, just crying and just to catch another breath, to go back
Yeah.
out to my job and do more and then fall apart
Really?
again. Yeah. So I don't understand. But you're right. Are we judging them? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not.
I mean, there's answers. It's different. She was taught never to show personal grief or stress in public. You go on as normal and cry in the dark. So I get it. And says,
Okay.
so it's hard. It's just hard when you feel one way so passionately. You just don't get why people are not like you. And I mean, throughout life, we've all found someone that they don't think the same as you and don't feel the same as you. And it's
I mean,
devastating.
I guess that applies to Savannah because she's the only one that's in the limelight. She's the only one that's on TV.
Yeah.
But we're not seeing emotion from any of them. You know, the
No
brother,
grandchildren, no brother, no daughter,
think it's
no
all-
niece.
and we're not seeing any of them searching. They're asking for help, but
That's
they're
what I
doing
don't understand. Yeah.
nothing
And
at
then-
all.
They're asking for help and then they deny the help that's being said, hey, let us go
Yeah,
search.
yeah.
This is
And-
what
and
makes me think, and they know more.
And they're shitting all over the YouTubers who are the only people that are doing anything at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that are down there, they're going out leafleting. They put money in for leaflets that they're going out and giving out.
Yeah.
They're doing nothing, and she's got money, so she could afford to employ a whole search party to be doing
Oh, sure.
all of that.
And because of who she is, they would do it for free. Let's jump in chat, see what chat says to say. Roll it really quick, and then we'll keep talking. P says, keep up the great work, ladies. Good on you. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate the encouragement. Siri says, why is she rushing back to work? Not like she is a single mom and needs the money. Like I said, I think that's the struggle with a lot of us not being able to relate that way. But you know what? I'm glad Anne said this, y'all, because without giving out too much information that is not my story to tell, even though Anne has told it on our panel still, if anybody can speak to this and how people are different in grief, it is Anne, because Anne has gone through a different type of grief and the same grief, like losing her parent, but a totally different type of grief. So hearing Anne say she was taught never to show her personal grief or stress in public, you go on as normal and cry in the dark. So I get her. That breaks me. I mean, that is just like, I know there's people like that. Listen, I'm a royalist. I love that royal family. And they were walking around and I'm like, how can you walk around and not shed a tear? The queen is dead. But Anne definitely could speak to that, because I mean, she's had some really shitty things she's had to deal with in life. And I guess there are people that are either brought up like that, or you have a job that requires you to be a tough ass. YouTube says, I can't relate. I quit my bum job, but I'm not making 60 million plus. See? Yep. Good answer. This December 3rd says, Huda Hoda, I always mess up her name. Micro expressions of delight are so obviously to me. Savannah must sense it. She is smart. Oh, so I think, now I'm reading between lines. Do you think that that the Today Show had something to do with this disappearance? Just, you can be anonymous, just say anonymously yes, and I won't read out your name. Detour says, for me, it's hard to judge on when you see public in the case, because we only get a moment's glimpse of their situation. I get that. I try to remember, you guys. I feel like I'm just being a ninny, and I just do. 221.
I'm trying to remember.
God bless my baby. John says, I'm trying to get through chat really well. This is why I still think it's family member or two. Kat says, and same being a man, it was doubled. Oh, I can only imagine. And look, I do give a little bit more grace to the son, Cameron, because A, a man, B,
Mhm. And
a
the job.
military man.
Yeah.
And listen, I grew up, born, raised, married, divorced, army. Listen, them military men, I've only seen my dad cry twice in my whole life. Twice. I never even saw my mom cry that much, you guys. It broke my heart whenever she did because I wasn't used to it. So I get that, Kat. The family is so separate. If it was my family, we would be right in the case every step, no press conference. I understand that. But I also know that some of the strongest families can be broken by a death. And I know that from experience because there are people in my family who I thought there's no way you could touch our relationship. And it was my mother's death that I cannot have a relationship with them because for what I feel like they had done to my mom in the past and during her passing. Alexander the Great cried for 3 days when one of his soldiers' friend died. Wow, impressive. Did not know that. Gotta head to work. Great stream, ladies. Talk to you later, chatters. Bye, Tosh. Have a great day.
See you, Toshi.
Cash Taylor says, Anne's place, I was brought up the same way. Wow. So maybe I should just quit being a bitch and have a little bit more compassion.
Do you think the reason why Annie and Cameron were not seeing them out there, just putting this out there, do you think Savannah's separated herself deliberately from them two?
So the limelight's not on them?
Well, no, maybe. Do you think that, like I said from the beginning, that I thought they all three knew what had happened and they were just trying to cover it, you know?
I think that's very possible because my mom didn't go missing. And I too am like you and like a lot of people in chat that think that tomato hot sauce dude had something to do with it. That's who I call Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, y'all. Only because I couldn't pronounce his name to begin with, and so that's just how it started coming out. I wasn't being a bitch in the beginning, but now I am. But I'm like you, so that when my mom passed, it created a great division, and I wanted nothing to do with them people. So I could only imagine if I thought one of them had a hand in it. Maybe so. Maybe
because if he was involved, are they hushing it up because they love the sister? But she's had to go away back to New York to get away from him.
Yeah, because maybe the FBI told her, look, we know the deal. We just have to be able to prove it. Knowing something and proving something is two different things.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe she was like, no, I can't play that game with him. Yeah. Because would you be able to do that? Would you be able, like we're
I don't believe it.
Family? You don't believe it, Maggie? Give us what you got.
No. I don't believe they were involved. Full stop.
Okay. None of them.
Nope, none of them. I had hoped so. God, me and Leanie were talking about you today, wondering where you were, weren't we, Lee?
Hello, yeah. Karen says, thank you, honest for that. And most of the streamers aren't, even from Arizona. Yet Arizona is only one Savannah thinks wrong of her. All right, Karen, you were in chat last night too, weren't you? It's good to have you back. Thank you. People should be united. The people united will never be defeated. Aussie True Crime says a lot of people are like that. I am as well. Anne's Place says sometimes we just feel we have to be the rock for everyone else. I felt that way when my 14-year-old brother suddenly passed away and I saw my parents crumble. I immediately understood I can't fall too. I had to be there for everyone. That's understandable. Miss Junie's in the house, y'all. There's June Sunshine. Welcome, love bug. Anne's Place, so I could only grieve for him more than a year later. Gotcha. Lucky Lady says first time here, Rhode Island. Rhode Island's. I've never been to Rhode Island. Y'all want to go to Rhode Island? Welcome, Lucky Lady. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. YouTube iVersion says first time too. Oh, y'all were so excited. Dot says, I wonder if because many of us now put ourselves out on social media, there's a huge difference between the people who are used to being in public and people who are more private. Wow.
Well, I mean, I'm a private person, but I would still be out there looking for my mother no matter what.
That bit, I do agree. I would be. That would be me all over. I'd be ill. I would be ill.
Yeah.
I couldn't just go back to normality, you know, as if nothing's happened,
No.
and you know, I just couldn't do that.
Hi, Swift.
Do you think for the time they've been? Sorry, Lee.
No, go ahead.
Do you think for the time that they've been quiet, because we've been saying, haven't we? We haven't heard from them. They're not saying anything at all. Do you think that's been the time that they've, in their hearts, their minds, whatever, laid it to rest because they know they may never find it? Do you think Sheriff I don't know has told them something we don't know, and that was why they were quiet, and that's why she's saying what she's saying? That, you know.
But they were saying today that Sheriff Nanos, it sounds like he believes she's still alive, or she could be still alive. Because he, you know, when they said, have you got anything to say? And he said, well, just drop her off at a hospital, or, you know,
no,
just bring her back.
That was last time what he said. You know, just drop her off. Just that's what he was saying at the beginning.
Yeah, but he said it again apparently.
Oh,
he
right,
did it,
okay.
What, yesterday or today? He did a little speech.
Did you, Orleany, see Ashley Banfield?
I haven't had time to look at anything.
Well, I've got it there if you want to watch it. I've got it ready.
She was talking about the blood being only in the doorway.
She's got someone in, and now she's found out by a good source of hers that the blood is inside the hallway behind the door. It starts there.
And he was talking nowhere else.
Yeah, and he was talking about the blood, and she said the way it stopped abruptly outside, and he said obviously that could have been someone put it in a car, or a body's, you know, she's being turned a different position, or, you know, he was just saying all the different ways. And then you see the hearing of the sheriff, and you see them all getting up saying what they were saying about him. And did you know that he bashed someone over the head with a flashlight? Really bad, was bashing him. And that, you know, that the FBI guy, Lee, what's his name?
Oh, Detective Cross.
Yeah, he was saying
he was all reading it.
The thing that he's got away with for 40 years. He's going to go, Lee. He's definitely going to go. But if you want me to show you that, it's there. I can put it on.
I mean, he said that they've had a unanimous vote of no confidence.
Yeah.
So he's got to resign.
And you know, when he first came out and we watched the very first conference together, I remember I was not the first conference, pardon me. It was the first little interview he gave from his office, and they were asking him questions about the case, and he said, well, you know what? I don't know about that either. I'm not sure. I don't. And it's okay not to know. That was never my problem. My problem is if you're leading something, I don't care if it's the trash truck to an investigation in a murder case to the United States White House. I don't care what you're leading. Never let those that are working for you or under you think that you don't know exactly what's going on.
Exactly.
So the correct answer to everything would be, I'm not answering that question. Next. And you can't fault a man. I would have just thought, oh, smart move. I probably wouldn't answer that either. Next, let's keep going. But every person that's ever been in leadership knows Yes, every person can look weak, including all those above mentioned, right? But you don't look weak when you're going into battle with your team. You don't. And so his tears at the press conference, and then him keep saying, I don't know after that, I was like, this man is incapable of leading this investigation. Incapable. I mean, he's lied about every fucking thing else. Why not just lie about the I don't knows? Just say, I'm not answering that question. And it wouldn't even be a damn lie. So I struggle believing anything that comes from his mouth. So when he says, bring her here, drop her off there, whatever, he's still pushing back on all of this when just about everybody's covered it and said, well, we'll hear it from Brian Inton later, I think. Good to see everybody in chat. First timers here. Nicey Lynn, good to see you, or Nicey Lynn. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you for all the new people in chat. Listen, welcome.
Loads of new names.
Yes, you are welcome to your own opinion here. Nobody will bash you for that. The mods will kick them right out for starting their shit. We're just real people hanging around, not trying to change anybody's opinion. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe none of us. But we're just coming together as adults, talking about something we're all interested in and worried about. Maggie picked up smoking again because of this case. That's all I have to say about that.
So I think we've got a fellow Scouser in the house.
A fellow Scouser
in the house.
Like one isn't
so
enough.
Ben James, are you still there? Are you the Scouser? He went, ha ha ha, Scouser there. So I think it's a Scouser. Are you still there, Ben? Ben's got off.
Oh, freaking Ben. He actually comes in at nighttime too. I was looking for our Scouser once. You could say it. Did we take that one off? Oh, hell.
What's the matter?
No, here it is.
Us Scousers, you know, we like to look good. Things I have to do. Hi, Elizabeth from Scotland. Hiya, Katie. Trisha. Oh my God, all these new names.
So nice to meet all of you.
Guys with Leanie over this Jodie Arias, whatever her name is.
No, there's a lot of them I do not recognize. Pink Peony says,
oh, well.
I get the distinct impression that they don't search for a mom because it would be beneath them. Just let the LE do the work.
Mm-hmm.
I just couldn't.
Nanos needs to be looked at. He's been ops. I've never used this word a day in my life, nor have I ever said it. You guys get ready. Drum roll. Obstructionist.
Obstructionist.
I've never ever used that word before. Never even seen that word
never
before.
Even seen it. No, me neither.
Well, we're an educational channel, y'all. We're an educational
in
channel
California. Too. And Elizabeth is a total newbie. Can you all hit the like, please, the newbies?
Yeah.
And the oldies, please hit the like and sub up. We'll be made up.
Larry says,
absolutely made up.
Kidnapped by drug cartel. Faux shout. Listen, nothing is out of the realm of possibility. Nothing.
Well, there was something going off yesterday because, and I can't remember if it was in the evening, but there was helicopters. There was, I think it was 2 helicopters that went from Tucson and it flew down to the border and they were looking around the border. That's where they stayed. And then they went back. What's that place called? Now it begins with M. Is it Marana or something? They went to there and then flew back down to the border. So I don't know what that was about, but there was definitely searching around the border.
Let me say this to Trisha really quick. I just saw what she put in chat. She said, "Are you still going to play the Jodi Arias trial?" Yes. I'm just doing the candle at both ends right now, and I know I'm way far behind in chat, but hey, we're grateful because that doesn't happen to us very often around here. But yes, between 12 and 1. That's why I have to say 12 and 1 because whenever I am burning the candle at both ends, I could oversleep. So that's why I say between 12 and 1 Eastern Standard Time, 12 or 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is when I will be covering the Jodi Arias trial. And then starting next week, we go into another trial. Elizabeth is from Scotland. Can y'all believe it? Go to Blue. Anne's place went to bed. Can you guys still
I'm
hear me?
talking and no one can hear me. I have my mic off. Story of my life.
Subscribe and like. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. We appreciate.
Oh, thanks, Elizabeth. You all think I'm Scottish, Elizabeth?
All right. So do we want to play the let's okay, so at the end of our live, I will replay what this is about that's on our screen, which is from the Today Show. I'll give you a real quick recap of it. So Savannah Guthrie has given Hoda a one-on-one exclusive interview. They put out a teaser of it today, and then the interview starts in a 2-part series tomorrow morning on the Today Show, and then will be finished up on Friday. I will do a live, just a short live if Maggie or Liz will want to join me.
What time is that? Oh, timely.
We have to remember when we watched it this morning. It's like when the sun's coming up my time. That's when it's on. Yeah. So it's later for you guys. It's like when I'm getting off my lives. So anyways, that's what that's about. If you can't wait till the end of the show and you just want to see what's going on, go to the Today Show and pull up the Savannah one-on-one, and you will be able to see that. All right, let's see. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us.
Watching. Can you all come in and give us a like? Even coming out the bushes.
Come out of the bushes, have a discussion with us.
Elizabeth said,
double tap your screen.
Jeff was Scouser. I know. They think I'm Irish or Scottish. But I don't mind because I love both of them accents. I think they sound lovely. I think mine doesn't.
All
so
right,
Tricia says, I think the mother is dead. And I think
Yeah.
the sister is up to something. I know they said she isn't, but my gut says yeah. So do these two. These say the same.
Well, the last two interviews or messages that Savannah put out, including this little teaser right here. I mean, she does everything but say my mother died. She's asking her to be brought home so they could celebrate her life with her, or put her to rest is the last thing she said. But they can't do that without her coming home. That was the last thing she said, y'all. So we were like, oh, what? And then on here, just this teaser, what did she say? I
just want to bring it home, let it to rest.
Yeah, something like that. So we will replay this right now. Let's get to what Maggie. Mags, do you want to go ahead and play? What did you say you had?
I'll just bring it up.
Oh, they love your accent, Maggie. Well, Maggie's Scalsa, but Lizzo is the real English person. And just so y'all know,
see what she says. She says I'm not English because I'm a Scouser.
English, Scalsa.
Not true Brit.
That's right. Lizzo is a true blue Brit. Well, true blue is Australia. Okay. Anyways, she is wearing an Indiana University sweatshirt. Just letting you guys know that because I'm living in Indiana right now. All right, go ahead, Max. Let's go ahead and play this. Let's find out what she's talking about. Cheer. Can you make it bigger, Love? Yeah, can you?
Yeah, I'll make it bigger now. Just
hi, Dawn.
With me.
Good to see everybody in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. We need some volume.
I'm gone.
Already, this is the thing right there, the little guy, and it's easy and it's fun and it's free and it's cute and it doesn't cost you a penny, and then you're subscribed and I get you all the information you need and you never miss an episode. And if you're a member, that's the join thing down there. Thank you as well for being a member. I appreciate it. I have a video coming up for you very soon, by the way. So I have
Lou?
on day 52. of Nancy Guthrie having vanished, and this investigation, which feels very, very stalled. But I've been talking to multiple sources, folks, and I have a little bit more information that I did not know before that changes a few things. I have been mystified by what happened inside the house, right? We know that this crime happened sometime likely between 1:47 a.m. and 2:28 a.m. on February the 1st, Sunday. And as Sheriff Nanos explained, Nancy Guthrie had come home, put her garage door down, and presumably went to bed, as we probably all would do around that time. So this perpetrator likely got her out of her bed, because Savannah Guthrie said, my mother disappeared, from her bed in the dark of night. So I've been wondering, was there a struggle? Was there something that happened in the bedroom? Was there a struggle out in the family room? Was there a struggle out in the front hall? The kitchen? Where did this crime take place? However long this scumbag was in her home. Filthy scumbag infiltrating this innocent woman's home. Where did the crimes happen? Like, what happened in the home? And I have come to learn, I think you probably, if you follow me regularly, and thank you, that my source told me on day 3 that there was blood found inside the home. Okay. Second source of mine confirmed definitely blood inside the home. And that second source went further and told me that the deputies who'd arrived, who thought they were looking for a missing woman, maybe she wandered, an elderly woman didn't show up for her church event, and her family has called us. When the more skilled investigators arrived, they saw evidence that indicated they needed to call in a more skilled and experienced team, like the homicide investigators, right? They saw, according to my source, the back door was wide open. My first source had told me that the back door was wide open. My second source told me back door is wide open. My episode yesterday, if you haven't seen it, told you which door we think it may have been, based on many data points that I have sort of amassed, and that she regularly left her back doors, plural, unlocked. There's a back door that goes into like a storage unit or storage part or a shed part of the house that could be part of the garage, but it doesn't look like it's part of the house proper. And then there is a back door that is right smack dab kind of in the middle of the house that goes into the back patio, and it is visible from the front door. If you come in the front door, you can kind of see that back door out to the back patio is right there. And if it's open, you can see it. And we were told there was blood in the house, but I could never find out where. Where did those investigators see it so that they knew there was something so dire that they had to bring in homicide investigators? And now I know. Now I know where the blood is inside the house. And it is a fascinating piece of data, because it is right in the front entrance of the home. Front entrance, front hallway, whatever you want to call that front entrance. We don't have a perfect photograph of the inside of Nancy Guthrie's front entrance. We have a good photograph of what's off to the left, and it is a living room. As you look off to the left, there's a nice living room and a window behind you there, and a fireplace and another window and a sliding glass door at the end. But if you're standing at the front entrance, you're looking to the left down the living room, and you're looking pretty much straight ahead to the sort of family room area with a fireplace and a nice big long window out the back of the home. And then off to the left of that, a door that is more than likely the door that the investigator saw open, because that's what you would see. Could you also see the sliders open way down the left in the living room? If those doors were left open, my source said back doors were routinely left open, not side sliders.
Ethel.
Sliders that exist on the side of the house.
Let me just point out right here, if you guys remember in the early days, 700 in chat, guys, please can we get to 100 likes? Please, we guys double tap your screen for me. I appreciate that so much. You guys, we're covering this case as best we can. This is our opinion. Do your own research. I have said from day one there are three different doors on this house, you guys. The sliders, the sliding black door that you see in the back of her little sitting area right there. That's the sliders directly behind it. Off to the side, I said there was a door, and I said, this hasn't been proven and nobody's come out and said it yet, but I believe there's another door on the other side as well. I'm not sure. I know that there's a garage blue door down past all the
There's 2
foliage.
doors underneath there, Lee.
I think there are 3 doors underneath there.
There's the one in the middle is a window, I'm sure.
That's the window.
No,
the middle
no.
one's the window, and
No,
to the
it's a
right
slider,
there's a
girls.
door.
So
I
the
think
sliders.
it's a slider at that. I'm telling you, there's no way that look at the windows on her house. They're not all the way to the ground. That slider goes all the way to the ground. Zoom in.
We did, you know, we did zoom in and it definitely looked like a window.
Did you?
Yeah, it is.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying, y'all.
I'm going looking for that window now. Hang on.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. We don't agree on everything, and we are okay with that
because
because
in the minute, guys.
but us 3 will argue about it because it's just what we do. But we love a good debate.
Let me look. Come on, get it.
Because there's a blue
Lizette,
door
let's
to the
find it.
right.
Yes,
Isn't there? There's a blue door to the right.
past all that foliage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that is a slider right behind the couch, the seating area, and then straight to the right. If we're looking at it to the right of that, you can actually see the door. It looks like it's going straight up. It's like a little white area right there, but I always thought the door was attached to the part of the building that's being protruded. I think that where the building is protruded, you guys can't see my cursor, but where it comes out on the sides right there, I always thought the doors were on both sides of that going into the house. I'm telling you, that's a slider right there, you guys. What do you guys think in chat? Do you guys think that's a slider? Kat says we need the CSI lady from the Jodi Arias trial. She will touch everything for real. And Storm says, welcome, Storm. Storm Team CBS says, listen, they're telling us right now, y'all, that the family member is the culprit, a family member. I think that's a slider, you guys. The windows would match. You would not put, at least I wouldn't. I showed you guys where I believe this house was
I wouldn't
added
myself.
onto.
I would put sliders there, but from what I seen, it did look like a window. I'm trying to find it now. I'm trying to find anything now to just see.
Let's keep playing this, and then we'll stop it when you find it. How about that?
Yep.
House, right? You walk in the front door, look all the way down to the left. There's a sliding glass door out to a little patio, and then there's another sliding glass door that goes into another room, presumably the master.
Oh, okay. She's just said it.
No, she's on about to the left of the front door. She's referring to, as you walk in the front door to the left, there's a living room. That's what them sliding doors are. And then it's her bedroom. So the bedroom, where that little patio is, the doors on the left is Nancy's bedroom. The doors in front of you, if you're looking as you would go into that patio bit, is the living room.
She's just said onto Nancy's patio. Sliding doors onto Nancy's patio.
Yeah, that's what she means. She's referring to
Hold on,
the
rewind
left
it.
being the
Rewind
living
it.
room.
Okay,
Listen,
let's see.
she tells you right here. Stop it.
My source said back doors were routinely left open, not side sliders. There are 2 sliders that exist on the side of the house, right? You walk in the front door, look all the way down to the left. There's a sliding glass door out to a little patio, and then there's another sliding glass door that goes into another room, presumably the master bedroom, maybe Nancy Guthrie's bedroom.
Oh,
And
maybe
if
she
you're
is
confused at all
talking
between-
about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's talking about that small patio which
Yeah.
has the 2
Yeah.
sliding doors.
The investigators.
So
I
let's just stop it
apologize,
right there a
Lizzie.
minute. Let's just, so we can all get on the same page. If you look all the way to the left of the house, you guys, there's a little patio there and it's bricked, right? It's got a brick wall around it. Doesn't have a gate or anything to get in and out. So when people are saying, oh, we think they came out that slider, we know that that's not true because A, there's no blood outside there. It's outside the front of the house. That's where she came out of the house. B, there are 2 sliders inside that little area. One goes straight into her master bedroom. and then one comes in to the living room. But I believe as you walk in the front door, you can look straight out into the backyard because there is a sliding glass back door that points that you can walk straight through the house and get to the backyard. You could see it from the front door. I don't think those are windows like that's what you guys think.
Right, so okay, I've got a picture here. I'm gonna screenshot it now.
Hang in there, Jess. We'll catch it really quick, honey.
Oh, hold on. It's going to be really small, but just bear with me, and I'll put it on now. When I play this, I'll put it up.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. We've got 539 in chat total in both of them. Can we please get to 100 likes? That would be wonderful.
Oh yeah, please hit the like.
Because you can apparently, when you're looking from the front door through the house, you can see straight out the back door.
That's right. And you guys think that that's a window, right?
Well, what I've just seen now,
no, because there's a blue door there. There is a back door, a blue one.
Right, okay. I'm going to show you now.
Thank you, June. Thank you for keeping up with that for us.
You can just see it on the left leg, and you can see underneath it is brick. So
okay,
let's have a look. Let me get it on now. I've got to go into StreamYard. Let me turn my mic off so we don't get any feedback. Hold on.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. 445 in chat total. You guys do me a favor, hit the like. You guys, once we figure out this back door, then we're going to keep going on with Ashley Banfield. We thank her for doing this part of the work on it. We've got different opinions as to what the doors are. I think Lizzo and Maggie believe that what I'm looking at is a window, and I believe it's a slider. I believe that's a slider. And then next to it is a door that she's talking about that was left unlocked. And that's because if you guys remember when this first came out, when the sheriff gave the very first presser on this, he said that, well, first he said that Annie and somebody else had gone to the house after she was she didn't show up to her friend's house for the Zooming of church that morning. The back door was left wide open. And then he backed it up and said it was family. So we know that one of those doors in the back was the one that was left open. I believe under that awning, there's actually 3 doors. That's just my opinion on it, though. Maggie, I can take down this so you could put that up. Yes, we have 2 chats going, you guys. I'm so sorry about that. But when we do StreamYard, where I have other people up on panel with me, I have to do it this way. So whichever chat you were in, come on down, have a discussion, and hang out with us. Hang out. Sorry to say to us, yesterday it really looked like blood. Close up of the mat or drone footage that I watched, the mat looks bad. Just saying, yeah. And I'm still shitty that the mat is still there. I will never understand not taking that mat into evidence. He walked all over it. He could have spit on that mat. Anything.
Is that person referring to the drone footage from, I believe it was Mark the Shark yesterday? He was droning around Nancy's house, and he zoomed right down on the mat outside the patio, and there was like this huge mark, like a red old stain on the patio mat. It was big, but it can't be blood because they've confirmed that there was blood was found in the entrance, and that's the only place it was.
Karen says, no, hun, this one was actually at the back. Okay. And that's what Lizzo said, that they've confirmed that it wasn't?
Well, I'm just going by what Ashley Banfield said, that it's been confirmed that the only place they found blood in the house was in the doorway as you go in.
Doorway, yeah.
Okay. And we'll continue listening to that. Maggie, were you able to get the picture?
Okay, now this is the only picture I can get. So it's to the left, top left, and you'll see underneath is brick. You see, Lee?
Behind the couch.
Mhm. Behind
Yeah.
that couch, you can
There's a
see
door
that's a
here.
long
Can you see
window.
my cursor?
The blue door, yeah.
That blue door's the back
There's
door.
window, and then there's another door.
I stand corrected. You guys are completely right. Completely right.
You can
Wow.
see the
I
brick
always
under
thought that
the-
was a slider.
And
Always.
she
Yeah, I mean, you
always
would put
leaves
a
that
slider
blue
there,
door
wouldn't you?
unlocked.
Yeah.
Apparently, she leaves that blue
Don't know
door
whether you can
unlocked
see
all
it
the
better
time.
on this one. No, just the same, isn't it?
Wow. Thank you for that. I always thought that doesn't make any sense to me, but okay.
No,
Yeah,
me
we were
neither.
surprised because we thought it was a slider until we actually got that picture and we
All right, guys.
realized.
So now we know that is definitely a window. Do you want me to add back to stage Ashley for you, Maggie?
What, love?
June
Yeah,
says
no,
the
I
blood
put it
was
on
also June says the blood was also in the bedroom or behind the door, and it was a
No.
lot of blood to see in the this in the pictures. It was very shocking. I don't know how she got the pictures of the blood splatter. Or are you talking about when they were?
Banfield, seen all that as well. Looked ahead, seen a door, looked at the fireplace, seen a sitting room. How does Ashley Banfield see all that?
Okay, so here's what we know. Okay, it's so funny that we've been doing this since when it first broke. Right, the very next day we all just were like, "Let's go, we got to do this." So what we're finding out through this, and we're not saying we're any smarter than Ashley Banfield or anybody else out here, even you. We're not smarter than you, okay? But what I am saying is a lot of what you see on Ashley Banfield, a lot of what you see on even Nancy Grace, because we joke around here that Nancy's watching us. Y'all, we have already figured it out by the time they're putting it on there. And it's because we're doing it all the time, and we're not relying on sources to tell us. We're doing our own work, and so we already see it, so we were already able to talk about it. So here's my point to saying that is that maybe it may be true that there is blood still in the bedroom area, Maggie, because we know that they were outside of that porch area going in through that slider.
If you listen to this guy that Ashley Banfield brings up in a minute, he you know the way you hear things and you start thinking differently. So he says to us, so just listen to it. It doesn't mean because that's where the blood started, that's where the attack happened. You have clothes on and blood will seep into clothes. So the clothes take the most of it. So by the time she could have been brought from the bedroom to the front door, that's when it started dripping. That's what could have happened. So you'll hear them now when you're ready.
Right, but it also could mean that her sources have not verified that there was also blood in the bedroom. Because remember, a little bit earlier on, she reported that her sources were telling her that there was a lot of blood in the bedroom.
Yeah, and it wasn't true. Well,
And
there's no.
It may not have been true, but it may have been true.
Yeah.
And this guy just doesn't know that. He's just another source.
No, he's just someone that's she's putting it to him. She's describing it. He hasn't seen it. She's just describing, and he says so she's saying to him, you know, I wonder what happened behind that door. And he says it doesn't necessarily mean because that's where you've seen the blood start, that's where the attack happened.
Right, because I have always said that if you see blood outside, you're going to see blood inside. Yeah. And I think it started in the bedroom. I just do. I think it started in the bedroom.
This guy, yeah. And it makes sense. You know, if you're bleeding, you've got clothes on.
And what if she Do you think she was wearing the same clothes walking out the door that she was wearing in her bed?
Yeah, I think she's, well, maybe a robe. She's added a robe. They put a robe on it. Who knows? Maybe they haven't let her because it's not
So
worth
even
it.
even if they put a robe on her and something happened in the bedroom, that robe would cover that blood. And then if she had another blow or she was hit again or something right there at the door, that would start that.
I think he said within 10 or 15 minutes it would start dripping.
Okay.
If it
so
was, you know.
Ian, all speculation, move on.
Ian.
Suck it.
Shut
Hold
up,
on,
Ian.
Maggie. Suck it, Ian.
Yeah, Ian, go on.
All of it is speculation. We haven't been to court yet, and the police haven't told us shit. You see me right here, Ian. I have the clothes. All right. I am an investigator on YouTube. Crikey. Suck it. Allegedly. Stalker alert. Nobody cares, Ian. Nobody gives a damn here.
Ian, this one's for you.
Nobody cares. Suck it.
Okay.
All right, Max, let's keep going. I don't know who the hell Ian thinks he is telling me to move on. Don't tell a woman to move on. You're just pissing me off. The hell you think you are? Can't tell a woman to move on. You obviously don't have a woman in your life because no woman takes that shit. All right, keep going, Maggie, because I could roast him all day, every day over that.
Wide open. Do you hear that?
Bitches are crazy. That's right. Hey, we don't hide our crazy here. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Do you want to talk, Lee?
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Can you? Solo's even asking, can we move on? Oh, here we go.
I'm trying to be fucking
professional.
professional.
For the love of God.
I'm trying to be professional.
Well, luckily Solo put a funny little tag behind it, so I think Solo's trying to be funny. But I'm telling you, I will roast the hell out of Ian. He will wish he never. Ian, don't piss me off. Don't piss me off because I may not be Scouser, but I know what the hell you're saying.
Oh, she is a bit of a Scouse in it, Ian.
You will piss me off real fast saying shit like that.
Can you come up and tell your story? He was convicted of murder in France.
No, don't tell me your story. That should have kept you. Kept going. Keep going.
What did he say to upset your milk? Hold on.
Nothing. Just keep going. Oldie Moldy. Hello. I love your name. Hi, Raymond.
Hi, Reg.
Oh, God.
Look at that shoot on the field.
Y'all, I just decided I don't like Ian anymore. Keep going, please, because you get on my nerves.
Oh, Ian, I need to know what you've said, and if she
oh my
doesn't
God,
like
I'll play
it. Left her back doors unlocked. So those are the difference between unlocked and wide open. As far as sliding glass doors go, they are towards the side of the house. And I was told.
Hey, Maggie, can you catch it up? Because she's talking, her voice isn't matching her mouth. And that makes me a little bit crazy.
What do you want me to do?
Just you go ahead and start it and then push the little red line up to, do you know what I'm talking about? So push start.
No, hang on.
To the.
What do you want me to tell me what you want me to do? Do
you see right above the play button? It's got the little red.
Yeah, the line.
Yeah, push it all the way to wherever the white part is. Okay. So we catch up with her mouth. There we go. Now push play.
Blood dripping continues in the same pattern out to now the front entrance outside the home and the pathway that goes down the front walk towards the driveway. First, though, quick note from my sponsors. Being on camera means that having the right kind of makeup to keep my skin happy is very, very important to me, and I think it is to you as well. Because I have shimmer face oil on your first purchase when you use the code didn't know where. I now know it is on the outside of that front door, inside the home. That's where that blood is, in the front entrance of Nancy Guthrie's home. If you were to walk through the front door and say hello, that's where the blood pattern is. And so I wondered, well, then what happened there? What happened? And I have reached out to somebody who is really good at this and a lot better than I am, Dr. Peter Valentin. And I'm so glad that he joined me on this, because I really needed someone to sort of tell me not only about this new information about where the blood now is, crossing over the threshold of that front door, but also the shape of all the blood drops and the verticalness of them, and that thing that everybody thinks is a expiration pattern. And he's so much better at this than me and a whole bunch of folks on the internet, because he's got other theories about that expiration like stain. Don't get too caught up on it being an expiring kind of stain. He's an associate professor. He's got a long title, so I have to read it. Sorry. Dr. Peter Valentin is an associate professor and a department chair of the forensic science at University of New Haven. He's testified in 7 states. He's also testified in federal court as a blood stain, blood spatter expert. He's also a forensics expert. So not just blood pattern, but he's very, very good with the blood patterns. And so I asked him a lot about what this new information tells us, and also to give me his, expertise on the blood pictures that we've seen outside. He's got a lot to say. Don't go anywhere. You have to hear this, because it's not what I thought. A lot of it is not what I thought. Like, I've had to rejig my thinking about what might have happened to Mrs. Guthrie based on what Dr. Valentin has said. Also, just a few things in the news today regarding who, Sheriff Nanos. He seems to make all the news, don't he? So he's given a new interview, not to us. Nope. Those news conference ended months ago, and now he just cherry picks. So this is a new interview that he's given with News 4 Tucson, and Fox News has released this, and he's defending his department's handling of the investigation. Look, he read a lot of his press because he knew exactly stuff that Brian Enton had reported. He went head to head with a lot of us, right? He knew a lot of stuff that I reported. Boy, did he ever chew me out. Not by name, but it was when I broke all that news on day 3 that he got real mad, and actually took it out on his department too, who all said that he just tightened the noose around them as soon as I had reported from my sources. So he told News 4 Tucson that he has no regrets about decisions that he made early on, even as this case remains unsolved. Can I quote him? Here we go. Look, I have no regrets about my team and their efforts. I don't regret we let the crime scene go too soon or any of that. Do what now? Because I distinctly remember, like on day, 20 or maybe 14 or somewhere along the line, somebody asked you if you let the scene go too soon, sir. And this was your answer.
Monday morning quarterback, I probably would have, but I'll say this. We processed the scene. We got what we thought was complete. My team did that. I have to have all the faith and trust in their abilities and their skills, and I think they went through that pretty well. But because another agency now steps in and wants to assist, we're just like with you, we're an open book. Absolutely. How can we help? One of the things people don't see, I heard your question about, and we left and then others can walk up. When we process a scene and we're done, we return that scene to in this case, the homeowners, the family. And we don't just go march back in there. We call the family again and get permissions to go back to the home. So yeah, there's, again, Monday morning quarterback, absolutely. I probably could have held off on that.
So you did have regrets. You did admit that you let the scene go too soon and said, mea culpa, that's on me, whatever. So now why are you saying no regrets? Nope, I don't regret that we let the crime scene go too soon. Did you forget that you did regret it at one point? Like, what made you unregret it? I don't know. Okay, so then when asked, this was a good one. When asked what he would say to the person or people behind Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, Sheriff Nanos decided to say this. It's like a direct appeal. You ready? Quote, just give her up. Let her go. Take her to a clinic, a hospital. Drop her off. Just let her go. End quote. So I guess Sheriff Nanos believes that Mrs. Guthrie's still alive because it's just let her go, take her to a clinic, drop her off. Even Savannah Guthrie has issued a different tone, right? In her last statement, she said, we just want her home so that we can give her a place of final rest. I'm paraphrasing, but effectively, Savannah seemed to indicate that a place of final rest meant we want her home so we can celebrate a funeral of some kind or a memorial of some kind. And so to hear Sheriff Nanos say this, here's what I would say. And listen, what am I? But I've seen a few sheriffs do their thing. And I would say, motherfucker, we are going to find you. You can run, but you can't hide. But we are going to find you. And we will tear you limb from limb, so to speak, in our system of jurisprudence in America. We will fuck with you when we find you. So yeah, live your life looking over your shoulder, because we will find you and we will absolutely bring the full force of Pima County and Arizona and the federal government down on your sorry, stinking ass. That's the thing that I would say. Not please drop her off, let her go, take her to a clinic. Again, that's just me. But I'm not so sure that this is the thing that you want to say to the perp. I don't think he's going to do it. I don't know. Call me nuts. Stay 52. So then something else happened today, and that was that there was a hearing. Pima County Board of Supervisors held a meeting, and it's kind of like an airing of the grievances, Festivus for the rest of us. And a lot of people showed up. There were some issues that are unrelated to Nancy Guthrie that certainly happened at this meeting, but also there were some people who had some things to say about Sheriff Nanos. There were official people who came and spoke their piece, get him the hell out of there, so to speak. There's a recall effort, and there were citizens as well. I want you to hear from some of the folks who stood up and said what they wanted to say about Sheriff Chris Nanos, especially in light of the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Have a look.
Chris Nanos is an international embarrassment at this point. I know that you guys didn't hire him. We elected him, unfortunately.
I'm Sergeant Aaron Cross, president of the Pima County Deputies Organization. As many know, a reporter recently uncovered the long-hidden, terrible record of Sheriff Chris Nanos from his time as an El Paso police officer. This includes purportedly beating a handcuffed suspect in the head with a flashlight, for which he was suspended and nearly indicted. This record, if properly disclosed, would have likely prevented him from being hired or from becoming a peace officer in the state of Arizona. For over 40 years, this has been concealed from the department and the voters of Pima County. Because of this scandal, our organization, the largest union of deputies in Pima County, has taken a vote. We asked our members a clear question: confidence in Sheriff Nanos to continue in office, or no confidence and call for his resignation. The verdict was unanimous: no confidence. He has lost the faith of his deputies and the community. His past renders him unfit to wear the badge. That he has concealed it for 40 years does not make the concealment right. It makes the fraud of bad his deputies and the community. His past renders him unfit to wear the badge. That he has concealed it for 40 years does not make the concealment right. It makes the fraud greater. The 300 deputies I represent speak with one voice. Chris Nanos must show the integrity he once swore to uphold. He must show the dignity that the office requires. He must resign. If he will not, then I ask this board charged with oversight to exercise every authority vested in you. The power of this board should be used, not for comfort, but for accountability. There are moments in the life of a community when those entrusted with authority must stand firm against those who abuse it. This is such a moment. We ask that this board have the courage to support Supervisor Hines' item. Pima County and the nation is watching. Thank you.
I'm here to ask that the entirety of this board support the measure to hold accountable, open an investigation, and to call to question by legal means, in fact, that Sheriff Nanos lied under oath in a sworn deposition about his previous work history and subsequent discipline thereof, which is misrepresentation of office.
So there you have it. Don't know how the recall is going to go. It's going to be tricky. You need a lot of signatures. Board of Supervisors sure has a lot to process after today.
Just want to say that first, thank you all for being here. We appreciate you so much. Do us a favor and hit the thumbs up for us. I appreciate you. There are a lot of people, y'all, that come in chat during the nighttime lives that we're running, and quite a few people from Maricopa County have come in, and a lot of Arizonians. And y'all, I have not heard one thing good about their sheriff. I mean, and I can speak on it sitting over here in Indiana and looking over there and being like, oh God, I feel so bad for you guys. That's one thing, but to have your own people come in and say, y'all, we got to get the sheriff out of office, like he is just, and it's not even a, I think the Nancy Guthrie case is when the pimple popped, in a roundabout way of speaking. But I think other things have gone on in their community with the sheriff, that his people are just, his people that voted for him are like, we're done. What can we do to get this man out of office? Nobody likes him. Why is that? What do they know that we don't know? And she's right, or he's right. I love what's his title? His last name is Cross. Is it? It's not deputy, is it? It's detective, I think. I love what he said. You know, had everything been disclosed to Maricopa County that put him in office, because a sheriff's position is voted upon, and had all those voters known back in El Paso, Texas, all the abuse that he did to people in handcuffs and do what? Can you guys hear me?
You went robotic then.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're fine now.
I think he's completely right. If that was disclosed, all the shit that he did in El Paso, Texas, that he probably would not have got elected to this office. It's Pima County. I'm so sorry, Detour. I'm so. Do what?
Could he have fixed the count? You know, the way he was supposedly elected.
Oh, sure. I mean, we do it in our presidential elections all the time. I would think that it wouldn't be that difficult.
He's got in because with all them people that are against him, is this only because since the Nancy Guthrie case?
But he didn't disclose any of that. He didn't own up to it. That's why they had no idea of his previous record.
Yeah, that's what I
mean. Margaret is right about this. Shouldn't they have investigated him? I mean, if you're going for, I mean, one of the biggest jobs in the city, wouldn't you investigate?
Yeah. Is he, you know, he's bent, he's done, he's fiddled things to get where he is.
And then Raymond says, what about the cop show? Right. He signed up whole Pima County. Y'all forgive me for saying Maricopa County. We're totally head first, knee deep in the Jody Arias case that comes out of Maricopa County, and that's how I'm getting them mixed up. But yeah, you're right. I mean, listen, we know Las Vegas. We know a lot of places that have signed up for these different reality shows about police. The Tulsa Police Department does a great job with theirs. I think it's run very professional. But I have to be honest, I know that he signed the Pima County Sheriff's Department up for that reality show. I have yet to watch it because when I did the teaser on it on the show, it looked like a joke to me. It looked like, yeah, it just, oh yeah, it's done and over with. They were already filming season 2 when this broke out. So I don't know if they're keeping and going with him. All right. Thank you guys so much for that. Sorry, I mixed up your guys' areas there. All right, let's keep going. Let's get to the blood part of this. Let's get to the blood. Impeach him, Lee Skywalker said. I think that's what they're trying to do. Oh, good one. Seth says, how many other cases has he fumbled and got away with because the case didn't hit the headlines?
Yeah.
We might need to dig deeper and find out what.
Yeah, I think.
What? All right, let's keep going with this.
So let me get you to the meat of the reporting that I got today, that my sources got, and that is that the blood continues inside the house at that front entrance, inside the front entrance, not just outside the front entrance of her home, over the threshold of her front door and into the front entrance of Nancy Guthrie's home, and what that story might tell us, but also what the blood drops that we can see, which both Michael Ruiz and Brian Enton, Michael Ruiz from Fox Digital and Brian Enton from News Nation, were able to videotape with their own eyes. You know, I think 38, 48 hours after the crime scene was just let go, right? And actually, crime scene was let go 30 hours or so after the disappearance. By the time that Brian Enton and Michael Ruiz were able to videotape, I think it was like Tuesday. So, 2 to 3 days after Mrs. Guthrie disappeared and the crime scene was released, the reporters were able to at least witness the blood pattern, the blood spatter pattern at the front door, but we don't see it inside the house. So I spoke to Dr. Peter Valentin, again, of the University of New Haven, who's an expert in blood spatter, about what the blood tells us that he can see and what the information tells us that my source has told us about the blood inside and what it tells us about the crime. And what he has to say is fascinating. Dr. Valentin, what do you make of, first of all, just the overarching information that we've learned, and that is that the blood droplet pattern that we've all seen outside Nancy's front door continues over the threshold and inside her front entrance, but that's it, that's it for blood spatter, for blood droplets, for blood evidence in this crime scene?
So what's interesting about those blood droplets is that they're what we refer to in blood stain pattern analysis as drip stains. And drip stains are probably the most common stains that we see, and they are what they sound like. They are blood dropping from an object and landing on a surface. And they have no energy associated with them. It's simply gravity pulling blood down and blood falling onto a surface. And notice I didn't say it means that somebody's bleeding, although very often that is what's happening. What could be happening here is that, and we're all assuming that is Nancy Guthrie's blood.
No, we know that.
Yeah.
We do know that. The sheriff confirmed it's hers.
Okay, right, because otherwise we'd be doing forensic genetic genealogy on that unknown blood. But what it means is that an object, most likely Nancy Guthrie, is the source of blood outside the threshold, right? So outside the door. But where it stops can mean one of two or even more things. One is that she is put into a vehicle. It is she or somebody sees that she's bleeding and then stops it, right? Puts a towel, puts a hand, does something to stop the bleeding. The other thing it can be is that she is repositioned. And the repositioning changes the blood flow.
Well, that would be really critical if we had a continuation, but we don't. My sources tell me that what you see is what you get, except for the stuff inside that I broke, in this podcast. And that is that the blood droplets go down the outside entrance of Nancy's home and down the path and stop. No gap and then restart. So it just seems logical that that's where a car could easily park and that's where she could have been taken away.
Yes. And so now I was a detective with the Connecticut State Police in addition to being a forensic scientist. So here's where I get to combine those two skill sets. And so imagine what I just told you, that, we have the repositioning of the source of the blood, right? So we'll assume for a moment it's Nancy's, maybe it's her chin, maybe it's her arm, wherever it happens to be. And then, along with that, you have a waiting vehicle, right? So the blood stops because there's a repositioning. And then why doesn't the pattern continue? Because she's put into a vehicle, which is certainly what makes sense given the location. Now, investigatively, what do I want to do with that information? Of course, there's been a tremendous amount of investigative effort put into finding the vehicles that were in the location that night. And of course, as it should be. Now, what do I care about as a forensic, scientist, a blood stain pattern, expert, and really as a forensic scientist trying to find traces of blood? There's blood in that vehicle. even when you know that you're trying to clean an area to remove blood, it is exceedingly difficult because most people, when they clean a place where they think blood is, they only clean until the color red is gone. But the chemical components of blood stay there. And we have a whole, cache of reagents that are called latent development reagents. And what they're specifically meant to do is help us find blood that we otherwise can't see. So in the event that a vehicle is recovered that is believed to be the vehicle that transported Nancy from that house, the first thing that we'd be doing or should be doing is looking for that latent blood, because I'd highly doubt that it would be visible at this point in time, because it's a critical piece of information that puts that vehicle at the house at the time that she's bleeding, because blood doesn't stay liquid for very long.
And we so hope that we'll get there. But I mean, we're starting to feel as though we may not get to a vehicle. Let me just go back to the source of the bleeding, because this is what's new to this. This is new to me, and I believe it's new to everybody. I haven't seen anybody else report it. My source gave me this information that the bleeding begins inside the house, not outside the house. This is not something that happened at the door. The bleeding didn't begin at the front door outside. It began inside. And I had imagined that anyway, because a source had told me there was blood found inside. We just couldn't tell where. Mm-hmm. We know she was in her bed because Savannah has said she was taken from her bed in the dark of night. Those are her words, taken from her bed in the dark of night. So you would assume then perhaps there'd be some kind of a struggle in the bedroom where she would see for the first time this intruder. But my source says that is not where blood is found. Blood is only found inside the home, at the front door, inside that front hallway. It's where the dripping begins, and it continues over that threshold. So if you're that Connecticut state cop again, what are you imagining happened inside that house?
Okay, so this is great information, and finding blood on the inside of the threshold doesn't mean she wasn't first attacked in the bedroom. I think everybody can remember a time that they were injured when it took some period of time for blood to accumulate for it to begin dripping. And a common mistake a lot of investigators make is they hyper-focus on the place where they first see the blood, and they think this is where the attack occurred. And that is almost, I wouldn't say almost always incorrect, because in shooting scenes, you can have the immediate production of blood where it does fall, or you get spatter stains where it memorializes where the shooting occurred. But not even in shooting scenes all the time. You can have somebody wearing a winter coat or a shirt, and if that bullet enters and hits that person, what's first going to happen? The blood is going to soak into the clothing before it then begins to drip or then otherwise present itself outside of that. So finding the blood in one room doesn't mean that that's the room where the attack occurred or the incident occurred. You have to go back and you need to look for other potential items or artifacts to give you indications of what might have happened. Now, what you can do is you can look at the type of blood stains potentially, and then look for other sources of evidence and put those two together to say, do the blood stains and the artifacts within the space help me understand what happened, and therefore are the blood stains suggestive of the event happening in this space? I know I'm being a little cagey about what we have here.
But I'm fascinated with, everything that you're saying. The droplets are vertical, mm-hmm. and they're undisturbed. And my source tells me that inside, as you go in through the front door and you now are standing in the front entrance of the home and the blood is there, they are identical. They are droplets that are undisturbed. There's no sign of struggle in them. There's no footprints in them. They are just quite literally a trail of blood droplets that goes from the front hall over the threshold of the front door, down that front walk, and disappear. But I get very confused about how that could have happened if she were walking, say at gunpoint, because theoretically the gun would have to be behind her to be moving her along, not dragging her along, from behind, right? Or carried. But I mean, take your investigative lens and tell me what you think about an undisturbed trail of vertical blood droplets like that. And then we'll get to that one spot that doesn't look like a trail of vertical. It looks like an exploration zone. So start inside and then tell me what are the options here for an investigator to imagine how she was taken out of that home.
Okay, so there's a few things there. We might need to slow this down because I actually do see some disturbance in the blood droplets outside the house.
Okay.
And what I see are called skeletonized droplets. And so if you look at some of the droplets on the outside of the house, they look partially dried. So what you'll see it's essentially a perimeter stain. So you'll see the exterior of the circle, and then you'll see an absence of blood in the middle of the circle. And what that means is that blood droplet was on the surface long enough for the drying process to begin, and then something disturbed the droplet as it was drying.
Okay,
Now,
I can explain that. And here's the reason. I wish these were forensic pictures we're looking at. They're journalists' pictures. And I don't know if the investigators got good forensic pictures. I assume they did because they knew they were there. But these are journalists who, after the scene was released 30 hours or so later, and they may have gotten to it 48 hours and walked up and seen it and started rolling video. So you can imagine those blood droplets have now been there for at least 48 hours, and the journalists are walking.
So I'm going to make an assumption about what the temperature was at the time that those blood droplets were deposited. Mid-70s, maybe 80 degrees.
Well, February 1st, 1:47 to 2:28 a.m. I'm going to assume closer to 2:28 a.m. because that's when her pacemaker separates from the Apple device. So 2:28 a.m. in Tucson, Arizona, February 1st.
Let's say even 60 degrees. I mean, I'm in Connecticut, so I'm jealous of the temperature no matter what it is in Tucson. That blood was not liquid more than 15 to 20 minutes. So it wouldn't have mattered when the journalist came to the now released scene. Those blood droplets had already dried. They couldn't have changed the appearance of those droplets unless they rehydrated them. And that would have been an obvious alteration. So
Highly unlikely. By the way, rehydrating them, highly unlikely because they were covered over. That's a covered entrance.
Yeah, exactly. So, I have to make that, because I've testified, I have to make that, acknowledgement that I recognize that there is a way to do what I'm talking about, but it's so unlikely that it's not an explanation for what it is that we're seeing. But what we do tend to see in scenes is that recently deposited blood can begin to dry, and then the movements of our source of blood, our bleeding victim and or our perpetrator, can disturb those stains and memorialize the activity. Now, these drip stains, the ones that we're talking about, they don't tell us what happened, meaning like what's the injury, what's the what happened during the attack, what is the attack, what's the injury of our victim. What they do for us investigatively is they tell us what's the movement post-event, post-injury. So in one sense, they're not very helpful in kind of helping us understand the incident itself. But where they do come in handy, if you will, is that they tell us who's going where, right? Who is the DNA profile and where are the stains located? So having Ms. Guthrie's DNA on the inside of the threshold and on the outside of the threshold tells us something that seems fairly obvious, is that she's at the threshold of the house. But what's interesting is that if she's at the inside of the threshold long enough for the blood droplets to accumulate there, and she's also at the outside of the threshold long enough for all those blood droplets to accumulate there, there's an inference that we can draw. And there's a phrase that I use when I write reports and I testify I say it's a not insignificant amount of time. And it's a period of time that's not momentary, but I don't know how long it is. But I know it's not insignificant. Right? She's there long enough for that blood to accumulate.
I'm glad you said that, because when I have an untrained eye and I saw it and I thought, these are very, vertical. They're not moving quickly and coming in on an angle. And there are enough of them that this is a slow moving event. And I have been told by my source that the blood inside is exactly the same pattern as the blood outside. So the slow moving event started, at least where the blood is concerned, in that hallway. And so as the investigator, is this somebody who's struggling to carry her, or she's struggling to walk and is walking slowly? Like, you tell me.
So what I can say about the stains on the outside, and it would be hard for me to offer a well-formed opinion, because I would love to see the inside stains too.
Wouldn't we all?
Yeah, it's like, are they a continuation, or are they two separate patterns? But what I can say about the outside stains is that there's one photograph, there's probably more than one, but there's one that I paid a lot of attention to, that essentially shows droplets falling in the same place. And you're getting this like secondary spatter. And you see a lot of smaller droplets in the same area. And so we tend to see those when you have the source of blood in the same location for, again, a not insignificant period of time. So if the blood is in the same place where it's essentially dripping into itself, you get these tiny droplets that come from the now accumulating pool of blood on that surface. So you get these tiny droplets, appearing around the edge of this now expanding pool. And I say pool because that's what we call it, a pool pattern, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's large. But if you go back to that photograph, you'll see that around some of those drip stains, there's a slightly larger stain that has tiny droplets around it, tiny spatter stains. And what that is, again, preliminary opinion by looking at these photographs quickly, is that that's blood falling into an accumulation of blood that's already on the surface.
So she's standing there for a period of time.
I would say, I can't say she's standing, but I can say the source of blood, which I think we'll say based on the volume is not an object with her blood on it, but it's her, is stationary. Is she standing? I can't tell you because I don't know where the injury is.
I'm glad you, by the way, let me just stop you there, because I'm glad you just mentioned that. It's not an object with Nancy's blood on it. I hadn't contemplated that, but you do have to contemplate that if someone uses a weapon and is carrying the weapon out of the house. This is absolutely, in your opinion, and you tell me if I'm wrong here, this is absolutely not the pattern of an object with Nancy's blood on it.
I would say, given the volume that we're seeing here, and given, again, I haven't seen the photographs of the pattern inside, given that there's two patterns, one outside, one inside, it's highly unlikely that it's from an object, because the pattern that comes from an object with somebody's blood decreases over time. Right? There's a limit to how much blood you can have on an object. And so as a function of time, the distance between droplets increases because there simply isn't enough blood, or there isn't more blood to continue dropping. So if a person is walking with an object that has blood on it, the distance between those droplets as the person continues to walk increases.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But so again, you're having to look at the journalist pictures, not the CSI photographs that you'd prefer. But you're seeing that Nancy was in a position for quite some time. This wasn't a slow moving event out that front door.
I would say she was stopped at that threshold for, again, a not insignificant amount of time. Is that 30 seconds? Is that 2 minutes? I can't say, but something's going on at that threshold long enough for that source of blood to create that pattern that I just described, where you had those satellite spatter stains. And, now the question is, well, what's the activity? In particular, when you think that she's being restrained in some way, whether or not she's standing and somebody's restraining her, or whether she's being carried, or whatever the thought is, what's happening in that moment while she's being restrained and those blood droplets are landing on that surface. Now, what you also can say is that there has to be a clear path from the source of the blood to the surface. So if, by way of example, if we believe that the blood is coming from her nose and her mouth, well, then there must be a clear path from her face to the ground, right? So it can't be then dripping onto her clothing, it can't be hitting her pants.
Or
So that
her
tells you
legs as she
something.
maybe
Exactly.
is walking. It does. And by the way, to me, it looks as though this is a clear vertical path without a lot of dynamic movement.
Yes. So the fact that the stains are circular tells you that the source is directly overhead, because as the source changes its orientation and it no longer is directly overhead, the shape of the droplets change. So we generally don't need to do this with drip stains, but in other situations you can actually estimate where the blood's coming from based on the shape of the stains. And in this situation, because we recognize them as drip stains and an overall drip pattern, we wouldn't need to do that. But in other situations, the angle of the droplets is critical for us.
And these don't look
events.
Yeah, these don't look like they have angle.
No, they don't. They're generally circular.
Which means it's a slow moving event, because you can't continue the movement without some kind of an angle.
Can we stop it right here just a minute, please?
Yeah, can you just bear with me, because I don't know what I've done. Sorry.
It's okay. I can stop it. It's all right. Let me hold on. Let me just stop it like that. Can you guys hear us? Can you?
It's still playing, Lee.
Oh, is it?
Hold on. Let me stop sharing. Let me stop sharing.
Okay.
I
Thank
clicked
you.
the screen and something's happened. So give me a minute. Come on.
It's okay. There's just a couple of questions in chat that I want to get to. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Do us a favor. I try to get at least 100 likes every time I go live. There's plenty of us here. Double tap your screen. I think we'll get there really quick and we'll be done with it, and I'll shut the hell up as far as that goes. There's a couple things I want to talk about. So the blood, I see a lot. I see all of you in chat. I'm reading chat. Believe me, and I'm trying to put them up there too. The blood that we see, and as soon as not Nancy, as soon as Banfield finishes this, then we will go back where it shows you the blood walking up to the porch, onto the porch, and then that's where you see the majority of the blood. I believe, I could be wrong. Liz, you can jump in here and tell us what you think. I think they're pulling her, coaxing her, pushing her, whatever, to get her out the door. I think once she gets out of the door, just by the way that the blood is aspirated, the aspirated blood, you could tell what's aspirated because it's like a circle-ish kind of bunch of tiny little dots of blood, all in this like concentrated little circle place where she's either coughed blood or sneezed or something like that. I think once that happens, she's picked up, thrown over their shoulder, and that's where we see the blood being dropped, because now after that part right there is when you actually see it start a pattern of walking away from the door, dripping all the way down to where the handrail is, where you would walk up to the porch. From there, we believe, I think all three of us believe this now, that there actually was a car pulled up at different times.
Yeah.
Only because if we look at the footage that Kash Patel first put out of this, where the perpetrator is like coming through the portico, which is the oval, the archway to get under the porch, it kind of dips his head a little bit, and then he comes in, and then he's looking around, realizes the camera, blah, 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 and then he walks back out and he grabs the flowers, bends down, grabs the flowers. The very next frame, the very next minimal of a second, he is standing back in front of that camera. You know right there that the video is spliced. And the only reason they would splice a video before they put it out to the public is something they don't want you to see in it.
Yeah.
So to me, that just equals at that point you can see the car. Now, because now I believe that that another perpetrator is already in that house and getting Nancy ready to go. I don't think this was a robbery. I believe it was a hit. And getting Nancy, and then the other perp who we see on the porch is the one that's going to the porch, waiting to be let in through that door where they will bring Nancy out. That's my belief. I hope I'm wrong. I would really like to be wrong. But everything's leading to that. And because of where the blood drops stop after you walk down those 3 steps and you get to the driveway, there would have had to have been a car right there, or the blood, because the blood would have kept going until you see the droplets further and further and further away from each other, right? They stay at the same consistency all the way down. And the reason why you don't see, I believe, in my belief, the reason why we don't see any footprints or anything like that in the blood, or it's smeared, is because she is over his shoulder. And so he's walking forward. So she's dripping behind him on his back, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
What says you, Max? Give me what you got on it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that as well, because if she was walking on as slow as she's supposed to be on her legs, she'd have been smeared and that through the floor.
Mm-hmm.
That it'd have been, it'd have been one way or another that it'd have been disturbed by footprints. But it was not, and it was a clear, like you say, it's like someone's held it up over the floor and she's bled.
I also
I do think that it's what you said.
I also want to say this. Do remember, we're understanding from all the cases that we've seen, that we continue to see, and I think that's why it's good to watch different cases, because one case will teach you something about the next case, right? And so that's why we're covering the Jodi Arias thing, because that's where I did learn a lot about blood from that case. So, and if you notice, when the people that are covering this case right here and that covered the Idaho 4 case, they brought up the Jodi Arias case because there was a lot of blood in different ways that put him in different positions, and especially the coughing up, the aspirating of the blood. That's why it's important to look at those things. But here's what I do want to say. We understand what an aspirated blood looks like. We understand what a big pool of blood would look like. Oh, well, that would mean that right there is where they bled out. We understand what drops of blood look like. Now, we may not be able to determine what part of the body it comes from, even though I do believe it comes from her mouth or her nose, which makes sense.
Me too.
But we also know she was a heart, she had heart problems, and she was on blood thinners. When you're on blood thinners,
which will make bleeds worse,
when you're on blood thinners, I mean, we all know how that works. So we've listened to a lot of expert people on blood droplets and things of that sort. And sometimes it sounds like, but you're saying something different than the guy I was listening to last night. Here's the deal, you guys. Even though they hopefully have all gone through the same kind of training, not everything is 100%. So every blood droplet is not going to be a perfectly little round, same size thing. It all depends on how high the blood is dropping from, how fast the body is moving, where the blood is actually coming. So there's lots of variables. But
speeds.
What we do know is that we are learning blood patterns so that we can tell, obviously, she's about this far from the ground and nobody steps in it. So that obviously means, because if she's walking, you guys, she's got clothes, she's got boobs or a belly or something, that blood's gonna, if it's coming from her nose, it's gonna drip on her shirt first before it leaves those spots on the ground. So the only thing that makes sense, and because there's nobody stepping in the blood, to me, as according to Leanie's private investigator here, I believe that she is over the shoulder. I
Me
do
too.
believe that. Thank you guys so much for being here. Will you do me a favor? Will you hit the like? As soon as we get to 100, I'll shut the hell up. I don't think Miss June will, because she is always
I
on,
won't either.
and Maggie
Hit the
won't
like.
either. And I appreciate that so much. But at 100, I shut the hell up about
And
that.
you can do the whole time. It's okay.
And then as soon as we finish up, again, like I said, with this interview that Ashley is doing with this blood investigator, or whatever analyst, or whoever he is, then we're going to go back to the very beginning just to show you, because in the very beginning, it's like somebody's videotaping walking up to the doorstep, and you could see the drops of blood. And then we will pause it right there at the door. That's what some of you have asked me to do. Pause it and let it just sit there so we can look at the pattern again. Thank you so much. Oh, we're at 114. Thank you so much, y'all. I won't say another word, but Miss June and Maggie are going to keep going with it, because they're my girls. They're my girls. All right, Maggie, should we finish this up, and then let's go ahead and go to that?
Yeah, I've got it back. I'm just going to go and share it again, which I should have just done that. Stupid, but there you go. I had to pause it at the right time, because she ended up right there going into it, into one of her, what she's drinks or whatever it is. So
bye, Possum. See you tonight, honey.
Bye, Possum. Take care, love.
Little Boo Boo, we love your name. Wants to know, could it
Here we
be
go.
get back to Nancy at the could it be to get back at Savannah because of the exposure of the Jeffrey Epstein victims? Listen, we're not ruling it out.
That happened,
Yep, we've heard it. We're not ruling it out. I've only ruled out two things. It wasn't aliens and it wasn't Trump. I can guarantee that. I would bet money. All right, can we back that up just a little bit, Maggie? Because I think they're going to show us.
To ditch the corporate chemicals, just go to Van Man.
That's what I was saying. I just got it past them.
Shut up, Mary Jane Doe. You know it wasn't the aliens.
The one area of blood that many people have already discussed, and it looks like, and this is common parlance, but an expiration.
Can you see it?
That's what it looks like. It looks like a cough.
Right there. So that's what this blood is, what I'm talking about when I talk about aspirated blood. It's kind of like all in one area. It's a bunch of tiny, like spit particles. It looks like. That's what I mean by aspirated blood, or if someone's coughing or sneezing or something like that. But let's go ahead and just continue with this. And then in the very beginning, they actually show the ground where you could see blood beyond the porch.
The path. Yeah.
What do you see when you see that particular spot that isn't a nice clear drop?
So the satellite droplets that I mentioned as being potentially the blood falling into liquid blood could be confused for an expiration or an expirated pattern. Now, the way to distinguish between these is that expirated blood tends to mix with saliva and mucus, right? Because it's coming from either our nose or our mouth. And had somebody been at the scene that either was a bloodstain pattern analyst or knew enough about BPA to have somebody consult and look at these stains, that blood could have been tested for the presence of amylase, which is the enzyme that is in our saliva that helps us digest starch. And that would allow us to distinguish blood coming from this area from other blood sources on our body. And that helps us understand something about the dynamics if we recognize where the blood is coming from.
I can understand that, but I also just sort of see amidst all these direct vertical drops, there's this what looks like a spray. How else could you get a misting of blood but for expiring?
Well, I don't see enough detail in that photograph that I could necessarily infer that it's a spray. So there is a pattern that we call a projection, right, where you have blood accumulating generally in your mouth, and you can project it. And this is not what I see here at all. you have a breach of a major vessel and you project a large volume of blood. And that's not what we have here at all. So the idea that blood is being sprayed onto the surface is really inconsistent with everything else that we see.
Really?
Or that I'm seeing from the photograph.
And not coughed?
It could be. Again, I don't see enough in that photograph to say that looks like a cough, but if it looked like it when I was actually looking at a better quality photograph, the easy way, first off, the other thing that you could do just from the photograph is there's a dilution of the blood because, again, it's mixing with saliva. Mm-hmm. The other thing that you tend to see is that because there's a like a tackiness to saliva and mucus, when blood is mixed with saliva and mucus, little droplets tend to stick together and cluster together. So the way that the blood behaves changes in a way that you can recognize in the resultant droplets. And I didn't really see that in the photographs that we had. I just saw satellite spatter. But again, you know, if what we needed to do was really interpret, hey, is there a difference between these two patterns and does it have value for us to interpret them? You know, you would take a photograph and really zoom in and see, are there differences
for
between
satellite,
these two?
sorry to interrupt, but for the satellite spatter, don't you need a source that is your direct source that sprays out to the satellite spatter? Because it doesn't look like it in that one misty blood pattern.
So your source of blood actually is the blood that was already on the ground. So if you drop 3 or 4 droplets of blood on the ground, and then you have a 5th droplet hit those 4 droplets that are already there, it creates its own spatter.
Okay.
And if
you see that is a possibility in that particular spot. Because
Yes.
to me, I would have thought you'd need a concentration in the middle to even have the satellite spatter from another blood drop.
Yes, you don't need a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think if anybody in your audience has ever had a leaky faucet, and if you have 1 or 2 droplets of water land in your faucet, and that 3rd droplet hits, you see water droplets from the water that's already accumulated in the sink, and it's the same concept. And
Is that what you see there? Like, you don't see it as a cough or an expiration. You see it as blood droplets that hit other blood droplets and cause that spray?
I say between the two options, the one that seems more plausible to me is the satellite spatter. But I'm an evidence-based analyst, and so if I look at that and the stains look diluted and there's artifacts to suggest that you have blood mixed with saliva and or mucus, then I'm thinking it's an expiration pattern.
Can I ask you, because my theory, and it's based on, you know, just my work as a journalist, and certainly not having any, I haven't seen any evidence that CSI investigators have collected, let's put it that way, is that she was carried out and that he had her over his shoulder and that she may have been bleeding behind him and leaving that pattern behind him that he's not stepping in, and nor is she, but that when he struggles to get through that big heavy door, and maybe there's some time that it takes him to get those doors open and those doors closed, and he's turning around with her, is it possible he may have moved and shifted so that her diaphragm, which might have been over his shoulder, would have gone, huh, and that might have been that source of that blood?
I think it's as plausible as anything else I've heard up to this point. The one part of it that I think is valuable is that it gives us a reason to think that Ms. Guthrie's blood would be on the clothing of the perpetrator, right? And most importantly, on their back. And in a lot of cases, when people don't think to look at their back as a potential source of bloodstains, they always worry about what's on the front of them. You know, they look at the front of their pants, the front of their shoes, the front of their shirt, and they don't ever think about the back, especially in situations where they're using objects. And
well, let's hope. I mean, again, this is down the road. If we catch the guy and we can go through his closet and we can find something on the back of a jacket that looks like he was wearing, or did he change clothes that were in the backpack? We don't know. But can I ask you also just the height of the blood droplets? I mean, it would seem to me that if you're dropping blood droplets from somebody who's over your shoulder, that's, you know, a solid 4 feet that feels like it wouldn't drop in a nice, beautiful, round spot. It would spray completely out. What's your thought about the height of where those droplets came from?
So there's a relationship between how far blood falls and the size of the stains. So if we were to drop blood from, a few inches off the ground, it makes a very nice, neat, smaller droplet. And the higher we go, the bigger the droplet gets. But there is a limit to how big that droplet gets, because there's also a limit to how big a droplet can be in terms of volume. The droplet can only be so big because surface tension holds it together. And there's a limit to that surface tension. But blood can only go as fast as its terminal velocity. Much like a skydiver can only go so fast towards the earth. So once we get to blood's terminal velocity, which is about 3 feet off the ground, it doesn't matter how much higher they were above that. There's no difference in how those blood stains look. But Ashley, what's just as important in assessing how blood looks when it's hitting something is, what are the characteristics of the surface? Is it smooth? Is it textured? Is it porous? And so, these are ceramic tiles, and, they might look smooth to us when we're looking at them on a photograph, but there's probably a texture to them that, if we were to touch them, that actually disturbs the blood as it's trying to make a neat circle. And so you'll actually get some satellite droplets potentially from that. But what you'll also get is you'll get like an irregular border. So it won't actually look like a neat circle. It'll look like how kids draw the sun, with the little beams coming off the edge. So you get what we call like scalloped edges. So you'll see a bit of that. But you don't want to mistake that for anything other than what it is, but it's just it's
a surface
reference to the surface. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hadn't thought of that, but it makes perfect sense. I also wanted to ask you how much you know about the difference between somebody who's my age, and I'm 58, the way I bleed and the way my skin, how tough it is to get me to bleed compared to someone who's 84 on blood thinners. Do you look at your science differently based on the person who's bleeding, or is blood no matter what?
So, the idea that somebody might be on a blood thinner doesn't mean that the viscosity of somebody's blood changes. It's more in reference to, how their blood behaves, I'll say chemically, for lack of a better way of describing it. So it doesn't manifest any differently in the way that it appears at the scene. So I don't really need to consider it. Now, there are some disease processes that will have a marked appearance or a marked difference in how blood appears at the scene. This is not one of them. So if she was on blood thinners, or if there were, or if somebody has high cholesterol, there is no appreciable difference in how the blood stains appear. And I don't need to take that into consideration when interpreting them. And the normal variation in the viscosity of human blood is something that always sort of factors into the variance. Like, I don't calculate angles to 3 significant figures. There's always a very sort of wide range that I'm working with. So even if we calculate angles when we're looking at angles of impact, the only way that I'll describe them is, was the person standing? Were they at some lower height that was not standing, or were they near the ground? We won't say, oh, they were 2 feet 7 inches off the ground. So there's an appreciation for all the variables that could exist here, and we don't get too specific. And that's the key to staying within the the limits of our science.
Do you see that those blood spots came from 3 feet and below, or above 3 feet? Could you tell based on just the journalist's photographs?
I wouldn't want to speculate based on the journalist's photographs alone. I would say this, actually. If I had to form an opinion about that very issue, I would actually want to conduct some experiments and drop
on that tile.
On that tile. And that would be the best way to form a scientifically derived opinion.
Do you think, Dr. Valentin, then, that might have been what they were doing when they put that white tent up for, half a day or a couple of hours at least out in front of her front door, I think 2 or 3 weeks into this crime, that suddenly they might have been doing those kinds of experiments under that tent?
Yeah. Somehow I doubt they were doing that part. If I had to speculate, I would imagine that they were using other reagents, maybe an alternate light source, and they were looking for latent evidence, right? Evidence that they hadn't found during their first pass through the scene. Because you only find the evidence. I know this is going to sound very simplistic and cliche, but you only find the evidence you're looking for. And if you go to your scene with the wrong sense of what your scene is about, you could walk right past the evidence of what actually happened. And in the days and weeks since this happened, has their understanding of this event changed? Right? And if it had, and now they're aware of a new bit of information, right? Would that have made them go back to the scene to look for something that they had no idea was relevant the first time they were there?
Well, when that tent came down, guess what was missing? The bracket for the camera that was her doorbell camera, her Nest doorbell cam. It had been up for 3 weeks, and suddenly they decided it was worth taking down. And I kept saying, well, if this guy's putting a bite light in his mouth, well, there's DNA all over those gloved fingers, and then he's messing around with that Nest cam and the bracket. So I was astounded that it wasn't taken earlier, but it ended up being taken.
I can't believe that wasn't seized the first time either. And I mean, you could say, well, we didn't know what was on the video immediately.
Still, so you knew he took the camera.
But you also had the blood evidence right outside the threshold. And so you should have immediately just looked around the threshold and say, well, what's small enough that I can take this with me and bring it back to a laboratory where I can examine it? Take evidence with you that turns out to have no probative value. What did you just spend? Man hours, right?
Nothing.
You spent some time looking at it. It turned out not to have probative value. You wasted nothing.
What's your opinion of them leaving that half moon welcome mat right there? I think it's still there. I honestly, I don't know. I haven't seen a picture recently, but my God, that half moon welcome mat was there for weeks.
It's the same thing. To me, that would be a treasure trove of potential trace evidence. Now, would that have been an absolute nightmare for a trace evidence analyst to shake that out over their bench and get tens of thousands of pieces of sand and detritus from the environment? Absolutely. But within that, might there have been one or two, three? Could there have been a carpet fiber from the vehicle that the perpetrator drove to the house?
Or his mud from his home on the bottom of his shoe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And,
no, I was very frustrated. And again, I'm not a CSI expert. I'm just a little crime reporter, but I've seen enough of this stuff that I have noticed that is usually very valuable. I couldn't understand why it wasn't. I want to just pull on one more thread before I leave it, because we went on a little bit of a tangent, worthwhile tangent, and that was the nature of Mrs. Guthrie's injuries. When you see those blood droplets, and knowing what my source has said about the continuation over the threshold and inside the front entrance of that house, is that a grave injury? Is that a somebody grabbed her too hard on the arm? And when your skin at 84 is so fine and you are on blood thinners, you can easily cause a bleeding injury just by holding somebody too tightly. Is it a punch? What is it that you think it could be?
That's a difficult one. So this is not something I would write in a report or testify about, but I would say investigatively, if we were like in the, we were in the command post and we were talking about next steps, I don't think this is a lethal injury. I don't necessarily think that if she hasn't shown up in an emergency room that she's not surviving this, right? Because sometimes that's the issue, right? We have scenes where we can recognize that this is a catastrophic injury, and that if the person does not show up in an emergency room, we're dealing with a different kind of case. This isn't that. However, she does need medical attention of some sort. do you want to go to the drugstores and see who's buying gauze and, hydrogen peroxide? There's all sorts of ways that you can take this. I mean, clearly it's survivable. But what are we combining it with? What else happened that I don't have physical evidence of?
Right.
Exactly.
The other question is, and I think it's always hard to ask these questions because we've all hoped that Mrs. Guthrie would be found alive. Even Savannah is intimating that she wants her mother home for a final resting place at this point. So there's a lot of reality that's coming, into focus. There's still optimism. Sheriff certainly seems optimistic. He wants the perpetrator to drop her off somewhere. I'm not sure where that comes from, but is that the kind of bleeding that comes from a dead person or a live person?
So I would not have a way of distinguishing between those two, at least not from what I've seen in these photographs. And, and I share your feelings about all of this. It's so frustrating. And, my heart goes out to the Guthrie family and, the simultaneous national coverage of, their mother's disappearance, but at the same time, perhaps even needing this coverage to keep the spotlight on this case. Because I remember working cases that had no coverage, that I didn't understand why, and cases that had international coverage, and I didn't understand why. So I can appreciate the double-edged sword here. And given what I saw, you would not be able to distinguish whether or not the person was still alive or not. But perhaps there are other aspects of this that we're not privy to that potentially could change my opinion on that, but certainly not based on the photographs. So I could say anything.
If Mrs. Guthrie was killed inside the home and this perpetrator removed her body and left that pattern behind inside and outside over that front threshold, what kind of a circumstance would cause that kind of a blood pattern? Because we don't bleed after we die.
Well, it's not that we don't bleed after we die. It's the matter of there's nothing creating pressure in the way that we would if we were still alive. I can create a source of blood in somebody who's dead if I simply reposition the body so that the injury is lower than the rest of the body, so that you have this passive pressure, for lack of a better description.
Gravity.
Exactly. So you could imagine if you had somebody on a stretcher and their arm was hanging off the side of the stretcher, that could create it. And so you'd have scenarios like that. But aside from that, I mean, it is suggestive of it. There's just not enough there to, and so here I have to exercise some restraint and say, scientifically, I have no way of distinguishing between the two, but investigatively, what would I say if I saw that? I said tends to lean in the direction of her being alive.
And then the other question I'm going to ask you, and this is a really hard one too, more on your Connecticut cop hat here, because you have to noodle all the possibilities, all the theories, all the scenarios in order to, move along in an investigation. Knowing what you know about this crime scene, knowing about this blood pattern going from inside the house over the front door and to the outside of the house and being the same all the way, and knowing what we've seen on the front doorbell cam and that my source says the back door was left wide open, what would your theory be about what happened to Mrs. Guthrie?
I don't know enough to say what happened in the house. I mean, your guess is as good as my guess, is as good as anybody else's. And I'm a person that is really driven by physical evidence. And physical evidence tells a story. And let me explain it this way. When you open up the door to Nancy Guthrie's house, that house tells a story. How does she keep her house? Like, what level of order is her house normally? And what would draw my attention is, what are the alterations to that normal state? So if you tend to be a person who keeps your house neat, Where are the disruptions? Where are the disturbances to that otherwise neat state? Now, that's not to say that you could have, you weren't attacked in a place that still looks neat, but I'm drawn to the changes to the status quo, right? Most people will say, signs of a struggle. But I guarantee there are people listening to this, the whole house looks like a sign of a struggle. That's how they live their day.
No,
So
my kids' bedrooms. Yes.
yeah, exactly. That's what I usually joke around, because I'm here at a university, and most dorm rooms look like a sign of struggle all the time. So we can't really look at things that simplistically, right? You're looking for a change to the normal state. So I would have to look at that house and let myself get drawn to what looks, I'm not going to say out of place, because that's not really the way to think about this, but what looks recently changed, right? That she didn't have a chance to bring it back to the normal state. But I can't let myself get drawn to that without first walking through and looking at everything in a methodical way. It would be like reading a book and skipping to page 276. I wouldn't have any sense of who the characters were.
Mm-hmm.
So I will understand what's out of place once I digest the entire scene. Then I become really well versed in what is the normal state for that house. And it's only when I do that that I can really sense where in that house are the areas that I now need to focus on, because I work with physical evidence. So you could swab that house and get 1,000 exhibits, and they're all useless because you didn't apply the right frame of reference for how you're going to do this. I could do it that way and find 3 places there that clearly look like something happened here based off subtle cues, and find 20 swabs, and those potentially are more probative. And in a lot of cases, people will walk in, whether it's ego, whether it's to be right first, people will rush to figure out what happened instead of hanging back and letting a scene like that essentially talk to you, right? By soaking it in, working the scene methodically, and then letting that drive the process.
Do you think that happened here?
In almost every case like this that I've seen, and in the cases I've worked that have had this level of scrutiny, the pressure of multiple agencies having to cooperate, the pressure of the media, and now exacerbate all of that by the pressure of a famous family being involved, it creates unforced errors. And errors always complicate things.
Yeah, but the sheriff is saying that he doesn't regret anything. He doesn't think he made any errors. He doesn't think that he returned the scene too early, even though I think in week 2 or 3, he admitted that he had done that. I'm not 100% sure why he's saying these things, but in your estimation, do you think that the investigative, teams let that house tell them the story, or do you think they told the story too quickly?
I feel very confident in saying that first they let the house go too quickly, unless the Guthrie family was beyond adamant that they wanted the house back, and I can't imagine why. I would have held that house for as long as I possibly could, particularly because this is one of those very few cases where forensic evidence is leading the investigation. In most situations, we conduct our investigation and forensic evidence is running in parallel, or forensically what we're doing is we are confirming what we're figuring out investigatively, right? We're almost like a lagging indicator of what you figure out investigatively. This is one of the very few cases where everyone's waiting with bated breath to know what the forensic testing results are so that we can figure out what to do.
Mm-hmm.
And this only happens in maybe 5 and 10% of the cases I ever worked, where everybody wanted to know what I had to say about what to do, because if the forensic testing doesn't give us useful information, we're stuck. And that doesn't happen very often.
This is the word that keeps coming up, is stuck.
Yes.
That or stumped. And I guess I'll leave it there because I feel as though as we learn more, I'm going to be calling you again to see where these new puzzle pieces fit in and if they take us in a new direction. Dr. Valentin, thank you so much. I really appreciate this conversation.
No, it's my pleasure, Ashley. Thanks for calling.
So there you have it, folks. Day 52, not a good day for Sheriff Chris Nanos, gotta say.
All righty. We can shut that off there.
It was live.
Sorry, guys. There's new lights being put on my car, so I keep having to run over there and push the brake and back up and go forward and back up. Anyways, no, unfortunately, sadly, Nancy has not been found yet. We're still trying to, we're still here. We're still looking. We're still this. But I will say this. I'm not letting the sheriff off by saying that maybe the family were adamant about having their house back. Everybody knows. It doesn't matter. If your house is a crime scene, do you think if you standing outside of it going, we want our house back, that they're going to give it back to you? No.
But there's no way you'd say that anyway, Leni. If your mother's being taken from a house, then you're going to want them to keep it for as long as they need.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And I remembered, I don't know if anybody saw it in chat, but I remembered Nancy Grace was the one that said, hi, Jeremy. That's Leni saying that, not Nancy Grace. But she does say hi to you because Nancy watches us. She loves us. And she's our boo thing, y'all. Nancy Grace is our boo thing. But anyways, I forget what I was saying. Oh, shit on a biscuit, y'all. That's what happens when
about
you get old.
the crime scene, like getting
opened. It was going to be good. I'm sure it was going to be like the best thing I was ever going to say. That's what happens when you get old, y'all. But anyways, yeah.
It was about the family, them saying that the family wanted house back.
Yeah, the family is not going to do that. And even if they did, that's not the way crime scenes work. That's not the way the police work. I don't. Now, this police department, or the sheriff that's leading this thing, I'm not letting him off the hook by saying the family could have said, been adamant about wanting their house back. Well, wouldn't we all? But we would all also want you be in there and you do what the hell you're going to do. Oh, what I was going to say was that Nancy Grace is the one that actually said her sources say there was a lot of blood inside the house. That's why I took it to believe that it started. That's when I started saying, you guys, it started in her bedroom. That's what I thought. So
she's on a biscuit, the great one, Julio. Hello, dear.
Julio, hello. Shit on a biscuit, girlfriend. Shit on a biscuit.
Yeah.
He could have thrown her over his shoulder.
I'd be terrified staying in that house as well. I'd be terrified as to crash. Leni, go in it. Right. I would
all by myself. I'd be like walking around.
Wrong with people. Isn't something wrong with her saying she go and sitting here on her own? After that happened, I would be petrified.
I would be tearing apart that house piece by piece with a pair of tweezers after I plucked my chin hair.
God,
I would be pulling every little fiber out of that carpet and sending it in. Test this.
See what I mean? I'm okay now, Ray. Thanks. No, I wouldn't. I'd say no. I couldn't even go back in that house again. I just couldn't.
Love it. In fact, listen, Nancy. Savannah and brother and sister and Tomasco hot sauce dude. If you guys are listening, if you want me to house sit for you, I'm your girl. Let me just go in there and house sit because
I'd go in and be clinging on. I'd be clinging on to Savannah and my husband. I'd be terrified. I'd be side-eyeing, looking out me sides of my eyes. Honestly, I would. I'd be like, put it up for sale because I'm never going to go back in it.
Mary Jane Doe says, I mean, if we're taking Savannah's words literally, she was taken out of her bed. But what if she wasn't being literal? What if her mom snuck up on the perpetrators downstairs? Well, this was a one-story house. And I do take it literally because of when that information came out. And we have to believe that everything she is saying, that when it comes to this case, is being helped written by somebody who does this every day, right? Negotiates with abductors. So I believe that was put in there on purpose, and it was the truth. GSX says, are you going to write a prescription for my fucking medication or what? Listen, nobody held your hand and made you stay here. Go get your own damn medication. What do I look like? I only play a doctor on the tube, but I don't write medications. I just tell you you're fucked up and get to a doctor. Don't blame me for your problems, dude. I got enough on my own. You don't hear me up here complaining. What is the update? The update is the Today Show gave a teaser this morning, a one-on-one interview with Savannah Guthrie, hosted by Hoda Kotb. That's going to be in a 2-part series starting tomorrow morning, Thursday, and then Friday morning. And so there's that update. Also, just in the teaser from what Savannah says, again, I am just reminded that, picking out of her words, that she does believe her mother is dead. And also that we wanted to come on here and talk about the video that was released. The first video that came out of the perpetrator coming up on the porch and then messing with the camera, walking backwards to grab the, well, let's just bring it up, shall we?
Go on.
All right, let's stop that screen. Share the screen. Nope. Yep. All right, so can you see it, Mags? Let me know.
Just make it bigger if you can, Lord.
Okay, I'm gonna try, because I am getting this from Instagram. Y'all, you could find this video all over the damn place. But everybody slices it up, so it's really hard to find the video all put together, or at least in the time frame that I have. So this is Instagram. This is ABC coming out of LA. And let's look at this video again. I want to show you where I can see that this video has been spliced or pieces cut out of it. There's only one reason to cut a video. Let me see if I can't make this any bigger because it's because where it's at. Okay. There's only one reason, you guys, to splice up a video, and that is they take out the parts that they do not want us to see. So it's not letting me go back on this because, like I said, it's an Instagram thing. But it's going to play again. So we see the dude walking up to the door right here. He's walking up to the door. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Oh, shit. This is still working. Son of a bitch. I thought we cut this off. What the hell is going on? Y'all, I'm just telling you what the guy's thinking. All right. All right. Bends down, picks it up. Right here. Take a look. Boom. Now we're automatically there at the camera with it in the camera's face. So obviously at that point, there was a piece of it missing. Now, Kash Patel did put out 2 other videos that were related to this. One was of the perpetrator. We can see him coming. If you're looking at him from Nancy's door, he is coming from the left side of the home, the side where the garage will be. And our Maggie says that she believes that the car is actually over there on that side. I say
behind the bushes.
Mm-hmm.
Behind the bushes.
Because you can't see it from the street. There's bushes there.
Right at the side of the garage.
Right. He would have pulled like right in front of the garage and you couldn't see a car there to the street. We've already looked at that. I say it's quite possible that he parked, you know how the way that the pool guy came in on the other side of it, if you're looking through Nancy's door out towards the street, the pool guy would be coming in the right side. There's not a drive there, but he comes in just a little place that doesn't have a bunch of plants, trees, shit like that. It's just a little trail, right, that he could pull into, get back there by the pool and do the pool thing. The reason why I say this is because we've got very, very limited video. The pictures that were put out, the 4 pictures that were put out, we know was put out. They're stills that were taken from the video. Okay, the Nest camera's not sitting there snapping pictures. They've got the video. They stopped the video in places just like what I just did. I stopped it right here. So this is how we have this picture. That's what they did for us. So obviously we're not seeing the whole thing. He could have walked from the pool area on the right side, came around the door, kept walking across, going, just kind of walking around, figuring out his feel for things. I believe that is a walkie-talkie in his pocket or something that he could talk to the perpetrator that went through the back door and is already in the house. And when and then when he walked up to the door, maybe there was a red light or green light that showed him, oh shit, that thing is still on and we got to get it off. We got to take it with us. So where it's spliced at right before you see the very next frame of this foliage that he went down and picked, the very next frame we see is he's already at the door cam. What happened inside that picture frame or inside the video frame that the police didn't want us to see, that they had to cut that part out? Here's what I think. I think it's the car. I think now, I've always thought there were 2 people, possibly 3. I really honestly think now there are 3 people. I think there is a driver. And I think what they cut out was the car, because Nancy's driveway is kind of a circle. It's a half moon around the front of her house. But if you come in to the garage side, to the guest house side, you can go straight past the half moon area and come back to the side of her house and park in the garage or right there at the guest house, right? I think whoever was in the car is just doing loops. Maybe they don't have a walkie-talkie, so they're just gonna do loops and then pull up when it's time. I mean, be right there when they're bringing Nancy out. That's what I think. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong in mostly every bit of everything that I think, for real. So let's just take one more look at this and then I'll turn it off. This is what we were talking about.
Can I just tell you what someone else noticed about this bit? I don't know whether you have. I think it'd be hard to see on this, it's only small, but it's the part where you see his other hand going to what I thought was the handle, but it's not. I think he's trying to get the camera off. It says if you've just got to keep stopping and starting it dead quick, and you see another person standing as if they're holding the light. What's that like?
Yes, somebody did say that. I don't
and you
believe
see the ceiling lit up.
So we can take a look at that as well through here, because if you look at the ground, you can actually see whenever he's walking around, there's all kind of shadows. That is why I think, and I think Lizzo thinks, I don't know if Maggie thinks, but that is why the other still picture of a perpetrator without the gun and without the backpack, we believe it to be a different night, because there is no shadowing around that picture, nor can you see as far out here. I mean, this goes so far out, you guys, you could see the house across the street and the lights. So let's continue playing this. Sorry, my dog's in the background. So you can see a shadow on the ground.
Yeah.
And then watch, it cuts. I think he's looking at someone right there, and it cuts to this. He's already back at the door. So we missed the whole walking back up. Did
Yeah,
the guy cut?
jumps, doesn't it?
So whenever he picks up the foliage out of the ground and then looks back over towards the pool area, is someone actually talking to him? Did they actually walk up into the frame and say something to him? And that's where the police cut that out. We don't know.
Yeah.
Did the car actually drive around here? We don't know. But they definitely cut something out. And the reason why I say car is because I think the perpetrator's already in the house. The other one. The reason why I say car is because remember when the footage came out from the neighbors who saw like 12 cars coming and going down the street, and one of them was coming away from Nancy's house 8 minutes after her defibrillator quit reading on her Apple Watch. And everybody's like, that's what were they saying it was, Maggie? What kind of car did they say? I'm not looking at chat, so I can't
I'm
see.
crap at remembering cars.
What did they say? It was one of those weird cars.
Oh, God.
It's a Kia, right? They said that it was a Kia. Does somebody know? Yeah, a Cube or a Kia or something. A Kia Soul. Thank you, Anomaly. Yeah, a Kia Soul. A Kia Soul.
Nice.
So remember, everybody was saying a Kia Soul, a Kia Soul. You know, here it is. Here it is. Remember in the Brian Koberger case, as soon as the FBI was able to figure out, bam, that is a Kia that is between the years 2012 to 2014. Put it out there and give it to the public. Somebody will know. And they got like tens of thousands of calls about those cars, right? That's exaggerating a little bit, but they, you know. And then finally, it was someone at WSU, a security officer there, that said, bingo, I've got it, you guys. It's right here. The reason why I think that has not been put out is because they already know. They already know who's driving the car. They just don't have enough evidence for a conviction. That's what I think. Raymond says Nancy Grace interviewed the light behind him. It is a house under construction. He looks at it. Watch. There's actually, yes, that, because a lot of people say those lights back there are a car, and I'm like, no, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. Because I was watching a certain creator all damn day long, and when they pan around to the other side of the street from where Nancy lived, bada bing, bada bang, there is a house right there. That's not a car that's there. But there are people that swear up and down that they could see a car out there. And listen, you.
Right, Lee, I've got a bigger version of what you've got here. Do you want me to put it on?
Go ahead, love bug.
The
I'll take that right on out. Yeah.
Yeah.
You should have brought up a bird's eye view of the layout of the home, explaining your theory. I did many times. I have done Google Maps. I've also gone to Zillow, and yes. I've also gone to Zillow and all of the different realtor sites. And because the house was bought by Nancy Guthrie in 1972 or 74, there are no pictures of the inside. There wasn't even a Zillow or any realtor. There wasn't an internet, a home internet. So there are no pictures of it. That's why I went to go and find it. That's when I found out how much she paid for it, how much it's worth today. And then the Google Earth, you can zoom down on our house. We've got plenty of pictures of it on here. We've covered it extensively. You can definitely see where the house has been added on to from its original state. And it was built in the late 60s. I hope that explains a little bit of it. All right. Let's go ahead and Lizzo, welcome back. If you want the link, let me know. Go ahead, Max. So this, what they're talking about, I think, is This is, I think, what they're talking about. See, automatically.
Somewhere
boom.
here, when he puts his other hands. See the light there on the right? Did
Okay,
you
you'll
see
have
it?
to you have to rewind it and stop it again.
Okay.
Okay, the right as I'm looking at the picture, or the right.
Right. You're looking at his
like-
right hand. You're
Okay.
looking at the sides of his right hand.
But what I'm saying is, am I looking out Nancy's door and to the right that way?
Right. So as you're looking at the screen, you're looking to the right.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Let's see.
Yes, it is, John. Oh, well over 1 million. Yeah, well,
See
it's about
there?
1.1.
See
Okay,
there
can
on the
you-
right, Lee?
Can you zoom in that for me, please? Because I haven't seen this.
Hang on. Can you see it coming into view now?
Yes, up here on the right. If you'll use your cursor to show everybody, because we'll be able
Can
to
you
see
see
your
my
cursor.
cursor?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay, so here you can see the light coming into view, like someone is holding one of those, the mouth lights, whatever they're called.
Okay.
So just watch it in the minute. Just keep watching. So I'll go back here. Get ready. So he's got his in his mouth and it's shining straight ahead. Keep watching. See?
It's a reflector.
Well,
Rewind
what?
it.
It's on his.
It's the
it's
reflector.
on his
yes.
back.
There's 2 reflectors on the front of his. If you stop it right as it's coming into screen, and then stop, you'll see the reflector right there in that picture on his right side. That white strip that's on his chest
At the
up
top.
there. That's
This one's by his hand.
I know his hand is up, like where the reflector would be, because that's where the camera's at. Just play it, and then once you start seeing it come into view, slow. See the reflector? It's behind his hand now. It's behind it. You can see the strap right there's the reflector. Just show it again. Keep going. He turns back. Keep going. Okay.
I've got to run it back.
No, it's okay. It's going to be right here where he comes back up with the foliage. Oh, stop.
See that come from up above and went down, Lee?
God, that's different. I thought immediately, I mean, when it's going fast,
No,
it looks like
you
a damn
see it come.
reflector.
Let me watch it again. Right, let us get back to where it was on this bit.
I mean, unless his
What's
body
chat
is
saying?
turning in the back, unless his body is turning,
Right.
then
No,
it
it's too
definitely looks
low.
like a reflector.
It's too low.
Okay, first, when you say too low, you see where his hand is being held? If he
Yeah.
pulled that all the way back, it would be on his chest, not down at his hip. So it would be,
Yeah.
his hand is actually where the reflectors are on his chest.
But it's not.
up.
I don't agree with that. I think you can see that coming in from an angle. You can see it coming in.
Okay.
But just
Let's
let's
keep
see.
going.
See that?
Mhm.
That wasn't on him, Lee.
What says
Hang
you, chat?
on. You can
Okay,
see
we
that
see it coming
in.
into view. Yeah.
Yeah, get ready. I'm going to
You're
keep
going to have to
pausing.
stop. Yeah.
No, that is
Okay,
not
go
on
back.
him.
Go back up a little bit because the light did change. And if you could pause it like, okay.
Can you
play it
see
just
that's coming in
yes.
from in front
Now
of him?
pay it just a tiny bit. Play stop. No, we missed it again.
That come from up to down.
You're
And
right, it did. But
he's got his hand over the camera now, and it's only visible from the side there. And his body is to the left, in front, not to the side. That come from up and then went down. That's not on his body.
Can you back it up just a little bit? I'm trying to get this, there's a shot in between where you stopped it before it coming into view. Okay, stop right there. And then where you keep stopping it at. So don't stop it when it comes into view. Just let it play almost to the end, but not there.
Oh, shit.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? It almost looks like an eclipse. That's the part that I want to see. The shape to me, I'm with little boo-boos. I think it looks like
it was still there. He's moving, Lee, and that is still still. Watch. I'm going to let it play now. Do you see what I mean? It's like someone's holding it. It was still. He was moving everywhere, and that wasn't moving.
I don't know. Maybe a light anomaly from a reflector. It comes from Lizzo says, but you see the reflectors right before. Yes, I get that. But if he's okay, so see, that's why I need it stopped right there, like where it looks like there's an eclipse on it. Right there, stop. Oh, you just had it.
There?
Yeah, go up just a little bit. Play it, just hit play and stop real fast. Stop. Oh, you just had it. Stop. Can you blow that up?
Right, I'm going smooth again. Every time I come off it, it moves. Right, hang on. It's going round. Can you see it going round?
TP thinks it's another light. What it means, Diane, is some people say that this was somebody else standing on the porch with him, and they've got a light in their mouth, that is actually another mouth light that came into view. Now, it could be. We know this has been spliced.
But, Lee, and what's making me think so much more that it is somebody else is because he's fiddling with that camera and he's having difficulty with getting that camera off. So it's like that other person has come around and is holding the light for him.
Could that have been the car driving and then parking down just a little bit where it's out of view, and then they come up and they're already...
You could have seen what's he doing? Well, you know, why is he taking this time?
John, the mouth is glowing because he has a mouth flashlight in his mouth. I forget what they're called. A bite light. It's called a bite light.
A bite light, yeah.
Keep his hands free, and that's how he's able to see us through the bite light. Think the family knows it's been spliced. Oh yeah. I don't think that the FBI came out and said, look, here's where it's spliced, here's where it's spliced. You have to do that for yourself, but it's not hard to, if you just slowly go through it and then all of a sudden like that body movement didn't make sense, or the step looked like it's out of place, or obviously if a whole section of like 5 feet of him walking is missing, that's how you can tell that where it's spliced out. And actually I have found 3 places on here that it has. I think Savannah and her siblings are in on it, and the sheriff's department, not out of the realm of possibility. Little Boo Boo thinks that it's a reflector. I'm saying someone else in the house helping Tim to put the light on the camera. Okay, so there's a good thought. Is the light coming from the house? Somebody's bite light in the house, shining it out there, and something just got the reflection off of it.
Or they've come through to open the door, and they've seen he's said, like, maybe pointed to him there's a camera, and they see him struggling to get it off, so they've helped him with the light. I think it's definitely someone holding the light.
Okay.
Because it's the way it comes round the front. Hiya, Mel.
They came with Nancy, and there was a pause for the blood to drip, maybe while they waited for the car. Nadine says, you are sick. You think the kids are in with it. What the hell? Well, it wouldn't be the first time, Nadine. It wouldn't be. And everybody's entitled to their own opinion. You're welcome to have a debate, a discussion, but calling people sick because of their own opinion, that's childish, and I don't I don't like it. You can have a debate, but do it kindly. Seriously, stop. Well, no, we're not gonna. If you want to have an adult conversation and you don't dig this jam, stage right, find another place. I just called the kids. Well, they could be. Damn. And they're not kids. Guess what? They're grown ass adults that had some fucking problems. Now, if you got a fucking problem and you can't have an adult conversation, don't piss me off. Leave the fucking chat. People are welcome to their own opinions without you calling them a fucking name. Stage right, bitch. Out. Don't piss me off. They're not kids, for God's sake. They're older. They're as old as I am. Savannah Guthrie's older than I am, so fuck off. You can't call names, but I can call. You damn right I can. I pay the damn bills around here. It's my channel. And I politely asked you to stop. And what'd you say? You stop. We'll find somewhere else to go. Go light up another channel for yourself. Go start your own channel. Here, let me help you out the door since you don't know how to get there. Let me show you where it's at. Unless my mods got to you first. And you have no idea how calm I really am being because you don't know me. Bye. Maggie, you're going to have to, I mean, this has been spinning for a lifetime, honey.
I know. Well, I left it because I didn't know whether you wanted to.
You know what I'll do? We can
me to carry on.
Thank you. Thank you so much, whoever got that for me, because I do have my YouTube open up, which is the only place I could go to mod for myself. But mine is way far back in chat, so I couldn't even see her.
Do you want me to carry on playing this then, Lee?
Yeah, I really want to get to that part, which is probably neither here nor there, but do
you want to get it up on your side and then you can stop it where you think would it be easier to do it that way?
No, let's just try it one more time, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Maybe we can get still pictures of it. I could sit there and click, 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 go all the way down and then get the pictures, and then we can talk about it. I don't want to keep you guys too much longer. What we're saying, you guys, is if for sure somebody else is holding a light, then we know for sure, not just guessing, that there's more than one perp. Which I think at this point, does everybody believe that there's more than one perp? Does anybody believe that there's only one perp? Does anybody believe that anymore? I think pretty much everybody believes that it's at least more than one, right? If anybody in chat believes that there's only one person, let us know. I would be really interested to find out. So more than one perp. Okay, that's what I thought. So this could absolutely, because there are people who say no, it's just one. It's just
now
one.
I'm looking there at this bottom. Sorry, Lee.
It's okay.
I'm
Go
watching
ahead.
there at the bottom of the screen. That's flickering. So that's the first time I've seen that.
Is it flickering because there's a bug going through the light?
Can you see it? I'm thinking.
Yeah,
see,
it looks
now
like
look
little...
where he's standing.
I see.
Now, just remember where he's standing. See the light?
Yep, it's coming through.
Like someone's holding a little flashlight, a little, you know.
Yeah, I could see where. Yeah.
And it is, so you can still visualize where his body was, nowhere near that light.
Okay.
That's his hands.
But then when we get to that part, it just to me looks like a straight up reflector. That's why I think.
But from what? On what? Because that's not nowhere near his body.
Because the way he's using his hand, right? His body's going to be moving. Just do that hand motion with your one hand. He's using actually is he using his right or his left hand? Let's look at that. See, does he hold the flowers in his right or his left hand? No matter what, he's going to be moving his body, like moving that around. And I just would think maybe the reflector caught the light, or
No, it's the way it moves. It comes from the top down.
Mm.
It comes into view. There.
Yeah, it does look like someone's there. Now, the only thing that this will make sense is possibly the part that we can see the big splice, the big splice out of this video that they released to us. Is that the time that the perp came out the front door and helped him get this off of there? Or did he come around the corner and come up on the porch to help him get it off of there? You know, is there a car driving around? Because there's a big portion of that when he bends down, picks up the flowers, turns around to walk back up. All that is missing. They go from being down below the step to next, we're automatically back up by the door with the flowers. All that is missing. Now, that's probably only a 2-second thing, but it's still, it would be a big deal to watch.
Maybe there where we think that he's tic-tacking to someone, maybe he's sort of giving them the eye to say, come over, that's a sign in his hand like that. So he could have come over then.
Oh,
and
okay.
He's saying he's seeing what he's doing, and you'll see.
Thank you, John. Okay, yeah, it does look like he is using his, no, it's his left hand. This is mirrored. It's his left hand. So if you're facing the door, right? Am I right, guys? I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Because I'm directionally challenged.
Yeah, so if he's looking at
that's
his left hand, he's got the flowers.
It is his left hand, yeah, because it's mirrored. Which means, is he left-handed? Or is he right-handed and trying to shake the camera off of it while he's got the stupid foliage blocking the shit?
Thinking, is that a hole in his glove? Not, is it?
A lot of people say, but they say that it's on the other glove where the ring was.
Oh, I can't stop looking at that because it just looks like they're holding it right by the lights.
Okay, so I absolutely Anomaly says, I absolutely believe that Annie is telling husband instructions to get in the house. That's right, because you believe there's a female in this too, right? And I believe it. I mean, I think it's 2 males. I do, but
me too.
Who's to say? I mean,
anything's possible right now.
But Kash Patel is the one who released who's the deets on the perpetrator.
That's what we said. Why didn't he have something? He's probably got it all in his bag. When he just, if he didn't know it was there and then realised it was, crouch down and get some T-posts to cover it.
Yeah, good point, John. The other person could have walked up when he was trying to cover the camera. Liz said he would have bent down for the reflector near his shoulder to be there. His arms moving, but the light stays there. Gotcha. I want to look at that on my own and just kind of break it down a little bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, that would be cool. And I think that we'll know for sure, of course, because if they ever get to court on this, y'all, if they ever get to court on this, they're going to have to play the whole thing, right? Without the splices in it. Oh, I can't wait. Name says detour, not necessarily if coercive control is involved. Wonder Why says, to me, you lost credibility when you lost your cool and called Nadine a bitch. It showed you are overly invested emotionally, which tends to cloud judgment. What Nadine said was not nasty or evil. To each their own. I'm just going to leave it there because to each their own. I don't give a shit about credibility. I'm not earning any money on this at all. I'm not a creator that is making money off of other people's hardships and other people's grief. Okay, so credibility, I care not. I'm not asking anybody to be here. If you like how this is done and how we're doing it, I'm so thankful you're here. But, and I've said from the beginning, this is what's bad about people coming in here that's never watched me from the beginning, or at least watched for a day, giving me a day before you judge me, which is what you're doing right there. I have said from day one, you don't have to agree with me, and I don't have to agree with you, but we're going to do it adult-like. And if you're going to keep coming at me, and if you're going to keep coming at the people who disagree with you, because we're saying, some of us are saying we believe her children are involved, you're allowed to say that, but you don't come in here saying it the way you said it. The way she said it. Go back up and read what she originally said. Okay? And I'll call anybody anything I want to. You could call me whatever you want to, but you're going to call me that walking out my door. That's why. So I don't need credibility. I don't need anything. This is my channel. And I treat people decently. You could, people that come in here and say the cartel did it. Do you really honestly think that I think the cartel did it? No. They have the right to that belief. And I wouldn't call them idiots for believing that. And how dare I say that? That's all I've asked. Be an adult. And if you guys can't handle that, then go. Go. I'm not asking for anybody to subscribe. Name one time anybody that's been in this chat right now since we've been covering Nancy Grace or anything else since I reached 1,000 subs where I've ever asked any of you to subscribe to me. Never. It's never happened. I've only asked for a like. That's it. And to be nice to people. And I'm going to match energies. If you're going to be a bitch to me, I'm going to be a bitch to you. And I've got better skills at it. Believe you me. Ask around. They'll let you know. Carry on.
We've all said that, John. Could it be cartel members? We've been through everything. We just don't know, do we? Everyone's got different ideas and thoughts and theories, and everyone, the more that happens, it becomes more baffling and confusing. And you think if you find something else out, it's going to become clearer. And it doesn't always, does it? I just honestly haven't got a clue. I've stayed the same. I don't think the family are involved. That's the thing that I have said from day one. But there is loads of people. I think there's more think that they are involved than they're not.
Oops, sorry. Sorry, my.
Seems a little bit clumsy for stereotype of cartel. Yeah. Thanks, little boo-boos.
Lulu has asked twice. Sorry, Lulu, I went off on a tangent. I'm so sorry for that, guys. But, I'm human. My buttons get pushed. Lulu says, what's the top pickup? That's just a still shot of the video that Cash Patel put out of the perpetrator coming on Nancy Guthrie's porch. We were trying to figure out if we could see a light that was next to him. If it was a true light, like somebody holding it, or a reflection of the light.
Yeah. Hi, new here. I love your life.
Oh, that's so nice.
And would like to add that the radio in his pocket looks similar to my scanner. See, he could have been listening for police calls. Yeah. Yeah, could have had an earpiece in, couldn't he? You know what I mean? And being listening to that, or someone keeping an eye out for him.
You know that, so people are talking about the jammers, right? That's supposed to scramble a Wi-Fi and stuff. Y'all, this is the God's honest truth. If I'm lying, I'm frying. I never even heard of a jammer before this.
Me neither.
Never. I didn't know that could. Y'all, I'll tell
I
you.
thought a jammer was someone who dances or something.
Me too.
I've got a
I mean,
clue.
I can break it down and really jam. I'm telling you that right now. John says, Leanie, you know, a lot of drugs run in southern Arizona. You know, I never gave thought to it, John, to tell you the truth. I know I-10 is a really, really bad interstate that we have because it goes coast to coast, right? And I know a lot of trafficking goes through there, and I never thought about it, but you're right. I mean, that's a huge drug run, right? Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. Wheezy.
Has anyone got any new theories on why they think it happened? Can you think in any differently? Like, what was it all for?
I still think that it is tomato hot sauce dude is the mastermind. I don't think he's the one that we see on camera, but I do think these are croonies of his. I think I'm still with my same exact thoughts. I haven't, I mean, I'm not going to lie. When I hear things like when I watch Nancy Grace or Banfield or Hinton or news reports, or I go on the Facebook or the Reddit or the X or this or that or that, or even here in chat, like people will say something and I'm like, oh my God, I didn't even think about that. So then I have to process it through my mind and then also process it through my theory and see if it changes my theory or have I already ruled that part out. So that's just where I'm at. What about you? Are you different?
No, I'm between two. I'm thinking because of what I heard, she was involved with trying to rumble, investigating this pharmaceutical thing that was going on that shouldn't have been going on, and it was like millions of dollars.
Yeah,
it's either that, something to do with that. This is what I'm thinking. Oh God, what was the other one? That it's someone who's to get back at Savannah or something.
Yeah, I see. I don't think Savannah's involved in any way.
I say I'm going off that more than being on it now because that was my first initial thought. It's someone, a lunatic fan, who she's hate or something she said they don't like. Maybe they think, why is your mother so special and our mother isn't? And you just don't know. Or I even thought, which I've told you, that it's somebody really poor from a poor place and the mother needs it, what is it called in the chest?
Oh, the pacemaker.
Yeah, the pacemaker, and they can get it done cheaper by someone who I don't know, knows what to do. Maybe someone that's been sacked from their job as they're being found doing, and he's doing it's like foreigners, we call it foreigners, meaning on the side. So
I first let's say hello to Missums from Australia and the outback.
I miss
welcome. Sasha says Monk's Intrigue did a fantastic video on the perp and his gate compared to Moscow. It will change a lot of people's minds, and also Sleuth Intuition has done some amazing videos. When was the last time we were on about this? Monday?
The last live, Monday,
Maggie actually, it was Maggie or Liz found Monk's Intrigue, and we played it, and we sat here with our mouths dropped open.
Yeah,
he is fabulous, and y'all, I love me some Sleuth Intuition. He was my go-to. Now I live in Indiana, and Sleuth doesn't, but he was my go-to whenever I was not really covering. I didn't really cover the Delphi girls. I did one video on it, and I think I did one thing just giving the whole background of the case and stuff like that, and then we watched the verdict together. But Sleuth I've got a video of my dog Newt, my golden retriever. He would sit there in front of the TV and just watch sleuths. So I took a short and sent it to him. So yes, both great creators. We love them. But thank you, Sasha, for coming in. Great people.
Yeah.
Great people.
Is there a way to tag someone to respond to their comment directly? Does anyone know? Do you mean just in here? I don't think there is in here. You can tag someone. If you do an @ on here, you can respond to that person directly. If it's in the chat, you mean somebody in the chat, Green? Oh, it wasn't Green that said it. TP Pelton fan. I heard Nano dated Nancy a while back. Nano did, Joyce.
Welcome, Janet. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I'm just trying to jump through chat really quick. Green Eye says, Leanie, what the heck is that picture of? Oh, you did hear what my explanation of it. Okay. Sorry, guys. We didn't mean to leave it there. I just went off kind of crazy. So everything stopped and we went still.
Shall I take that off now, Lee?
Yeah, you can. You can. I think Nancy noticed money from her account was missing and she confronted Tommaso and Annie and they panicked.
Liverpool, I'm from. Sue. Thank you.
Anomaly says, can we compare the pic of Annie Guthrie and the perp with the holster? I don't think we have a picture up here of Annie. We'd have to get one. We'd have to get one of Annie walking out and standing in front of the flowers. I think get a good picture of her like that and put her with the perp. I mean, we're already going into 3.5 hours and Maggie is ahead of me by 4 hours. So I don't want to keep her on much longer. But yeah, we can put that on the list. Julio says, for those that don't think it could be familial connection, the statistic for familicide is nearly 40%. That is a very high statistic. John wants to know, can you see blood with a black light? I think you can, can't you? Yeah, because if they tried to clean up the blood, or you could see semen, you could see a lot of bodily fluids if they try to clean it up just with the black light. Y'all, listen, let me tell you, there are just times we have to stay in a hotel room. Don't bring a black light. You'll never stay in a hotel room again.
Oh my God, don't.
I shouldn't have put that out there, man.
Listen, it's my first thought and why I do not sleep on sheets of any kind of anyone's house in any hotel. I take a sleeping bag.
Yolanda, you and I are reading from the same book and nearly on the same exact page. I remember that of you. You think she died the next day. I think she died almost immediately. Thank you, Wanda, for coming back in. Me too, Maggie. I definitely think that she was about to expose some stuff. Yeah, Maggie does talk about that a lot. Her and Lizzo, when they were doing one of their lives on it, they brought up, the work that Nancy Guthrie did and how she was going to expose one of the insurance companies for fraud. And she was supposed to be meeting with her lawyer about Tomato Tomasco, that there was an emergency meeting coming up, and she had actually moved it up to the day after her kidnappings. Now that's what has been said. I have no way to prove any of that, you guys. None. But we do know that Nancy did work for something like that, and that there supposedly was all over her table a bunch of paperwork that had somebody was rummaging through her paperwork. To me, I'm just I can't put that in my theory yet because people stage things, right? So if let's just go with my theory that tomato hot sauce dude was pissed off over money and had his cronies come in and do that, did he have those papers staged to make it look like that's who got her. And because I do believe that this was not a kidnapping for ransom. If it was a kidnapping for ransom, it just wouldn't have gone down like this. I just don't believe it. I do not believe it. I think that was just a staged thing too. An American does not hold their gun like that. Right. That's the Mexican
Ryan,
theory.
if you go in here, we've got a playlist, a full playlist on it from a couple of days later. If you want to watch that, and you can see it from the word go of what happened and what we're covering. It's been all over the news and stuff like that, but there is a playlist on here that you can catch up on it all if you haven't seen it from the beginning.
Wild Angel says, and remember they said there was papers shuffled all over the place because she had files that she was working on this stuff on. So someone came in there looking for something and took her out. I do believe it was a hit. And I've said that all along. I don't think it was a kidnapping at all. I think it was a hit. And it was made to look like a kidnapping. And then if all else fails, well, here's another red herring. Let's throw these papers all over the place. That's what I believe. I could be wrong, 100%.
So when you say a hit, Lee, what do you mean by a hit?
They went in to kill her. The
for
sole
what
purpose,
reason?
money.
To shut her up?
No.
No.
Money, because I am of the same belief as Dolores right here. So her Tommaso S.'s house was going into foreclosure. I don't know that, but and this right here, Green Eye says Mr. Tomato shouldn't have been gambling. I absolutely believe 100% that is why Tomato Hot Sauce Dude is behind it, because Mama may have told him and her, listen, maybe he was fun. I mean, teachers, listen. Tomato Hot Sauce Dude, we know was a teacher, right? Teachers don't make that much money, and it's not like each state pays a huge difference amount. It's pretty much straight across the board in the public school area. They don't make that much. Their Tomato Hot Sauce Dude and Annie are living in a $1 million home. It's just valued right now at right under $1 million. It's a $900,000 home. Do you know how much that payment is a month? A lot. And a teacher's salary is definitely not going to be able to pay the mortgage, much less keep the heat and the air and the phones and the cars and the gas and the insurance and everything else you can think of. That's why I think it's him and the money. And these croonies, I believe he promised them money. Tommaso made Nancy take an Uber so he had control over what time she went home. But we also did hear that she didn't drive at night. But again, that has not come from the family that I know. It hasn't come from the police. I think we've all assumed that because for some reason she did take an
I think
Uber.
Liz said that she did that.
Oh, really? I did not know that. I don't know.
I didn't hear it now.
TP says it could have been a kidnap for ransom, but she died before they could provide proof of life. Well, the problem with that is, yes, that is a high. By the way, your dog is damn cute, TP. Aw, little Yorkie. My Yorkie hated me. Peed on the table all the time. It was terrible. The stories I could tell of me and that Yorkie.
Every time she talks about that dog.
Anyways, I'm on to golden retrievers now. Yorkies hate me. But anyways, I'm not saying that's out of the realm of possibility. Nothing is really. But the thing is, the ransom notes kept coming. And the police and her family said, look, it is imperative. It is life-saving medication that she cannot live without for very long. How long did we get ransom notes for? That's why I just don't believe it, because I don't think they ever provided proof of life. And that's why if you go back and you listen to Savannah Guthrie's messages that she was leaving like once a week on her Instagram and that we were all playing, you can definitely hear a change in the tone and the change in the words. The first one, she's talking directly to the perp and appealing to their kindness. The second one is kind of like that, a little bit more. The third one is, okay, we're finally gonna pay, proof of life. We're gonna pay. The fourth one, we are very aware that she could be dead right now. We need to celebrate her life. And it just goes on and on until we're at the teaser today that we got from the Today Show, that they're going to have a 2-part series starting tomorrow, ending on Friday, where Hoda Kotb is having a one-on-one with Savannah. So it will be interesting to see if we get any more nuggets of little information, because let's just face it, she's the one that told us. Some people were saying, well, she must have went to the door. She might have let somebody in. Well, you're not going to let somebody in if they got a face mask on. But then again, we know that they came to the back door, and was the back door open, or if she did let him in, maybe at that time that person wasn't wearing a ski mask, had no reason to. So
Green, sorry, love.
No, go ahead.
Now, Green was saying about the note sent to TMC. What kind of crap is that?
It is crap.
Thinking, yeah, but what if, Lee, that they went through the anonymous tip line? That's how they did it. And it has stayed anonymous, hasn't it? Well, as far as we know. That's why I think it was done.
No, it was sent to TMZ, to Harvey Levin, the owner of TMZ.
Oh, I thought it was sent to the tip. It was sent to the anonymous tip line.
No, then it would have never reached TMZ. TMZ is not even a news organization. They're the paparazzi. That's how they made their name, going around and covering the Kardashians and where they're at. So it became bullshit immediately when TMZ got involved. Bullshit, at least to me, it did. Sue says, is it true that Miss Guthrie worked on a medical fraud and that's why she was targeted? Maggie?
Yeah, well, this is what I heard from day one, that she was investigating into a pharmaceutical company, and we heard that. I mean, I can't even remember where that came from. Lee, did you? That inside, you could tell that the perp had been having a root around. There was paper strewn across the table, of her finances and everything else. So, which made me start thinking, so is this why it happened? To shut it up? Because that's what she was supposedly involved with. She was trying to expose something that was going on in a pharmaceutical company, yeah.
Bye, Detour. Hope to see you tonight, honey.
Bye,
A
love.
couple people have asked exactly why would they take her if the motive was just to go in and do a hit on her for the money. I think that's also a part of the red herrings. So now they've got her dead, right? The reason to take her is to make it look like an abduction and then to make it look like a ransom. They're just red herrings, and it's buying more time to do whatever they're going to do or finish doing. That's why. I just think Tomato Tomasco hot sauce dude wasn't smart enough to realize that if you don't have a body, it takes, depending on the state you're living in, it takes no less than 3 years to declare a body dead so you could draw insurance. But then again, look at it this way. If in fact they are losing their house, if it's going in foreclosure, because I don't know what the status is on that. Nobody's living in Nancy's house right now. And if Savannah and Cameron really agree that nobody in their family had anything to do with it, then yeah, I could see them saying, okay, let the house go. We're going to go stay at mom's now. That's
I mean,
just my
can you
opinion.
get past as well, Lee? Can you get past that? It was Tommaso. This is the only thing with me, that he was the one who received the phone call.
I'm like Julio. I liked what Julio came and told us about that.
What did they say? What did she say?
Julio was on panel with us, remember? And she said that
Oh
all
God,
of them,
yeah.
they all knew each other. Tomato Tomasco, the
Yeah,
guy in
that's
California
right.
who's being convicted of wire fraud or whatever. All them people were in different bands. They ran in circles. They knew each other. Maggie, I need to break just a minute. Can you just read through chat really quick?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, if you're not the person you want and you're talking on a phone for 9 seconds, it doesn't sound a lot, but and for what was said as well, that's the only thing that makes me think. But obviously, but then again, I'm starting to think, is that sheriff? Is he got any involvement in any of it? I mean, it's not that it's never been heard of. It's so crazy. I just don't know. It's got my mind all mixed up. I mean, say I can't sleep with this Nancy Guthrie case. It's doing my head in, and it better not all come out when I'm sleeping, because I'll be fuming. So yeah, let's read the chat. So where am I? Oh my God, the chat's gone miles up there. The chat is stuck. Would be, wouldn't it? Now I'm getting asked to do this. The chat's stuck. Well, anyway, welcome to all the newcomers. Just give me a minute, because it's not letting me drag the bar down, but it's letting me press the little triangle to like scroll it down. So I'm only like a quarter way through, because it's been mad tonight. Oh, we are letting me do it now. So let's see where we are. So we've done the Tomato is a biology teacher. I think we've seen that one. Where is Nancy's car? Yeah, they've got that back now, haven't they? I think it was the son. Is it Cameron? That was he drove that away. That's what I mean. That's what I was thinking about, because when you come out the garage, there's like a bush and like trees that are thick enough that when a car is behind there, because like when the FBI and that were going in and they were parking behind it, you couldn't see. So everyone was sitting, waiting, watching the lives outside the Guthrie's house to see which car was going to come out. So that's why I think the pair parked the car there, right there at the side of the garage, because it can't be seen from the street, even in the daylight. Then Anna flashy car. Yeah, Leanie told me that. So, I mean, how do you explain that one? That Annie's got a car that is like very, very expensive. And because I said, would she be able to hire it? And she said, no, you couldn't hire a car like that. So,
What she means by hire, you guys, is rent a car.
Oh, rent a car, sorry.
It's like, sorry, I think it's cute. Adele, thank you so much. We appreciate your support.
Yeah, and
go ahead, Matt.
Steve Craig, oh, the accent on that chick. I love being called a chick. Give me a piece of that. Steve, you can have a piece of that if you want.
Listen, I like to be called sweetheart. I'm Southern. Because
I
we
like
all
chick.
listen, we all know that I'm not a sweetheart, but it's so nice when someone thinks
no,
I am.
chick. We get called sweethearts all the time here. You'd be made up here. No, chick's well better. Call me a chick any day.
Sorry.
Listen to the dog. They're having a ball.
He wants the puppy to play with them, so he's growling at him.
Lady Zelda had 2 phone calls. Who's Lady Zelda?
Who's Lady Zelda?
Lacey started had 2 phone calls from the FBI a couple of days ago, and she gave them her tips, and they were very interested apparently.
Oh,
She's a
wait.
very good medium. Oh.
Oh, yeah. That's who I thought you were talking about. I don't really listen to mediums.
I didn't know about that.
I'm sure a lot of mediums are calling in, even the lady who
We
came
had
on our
one the other
panel.
day up here, didn't we?
Yeah. And they're trying to get in touch, but she said, I don't know how true it is, but she said that the FBI doesn't like taking the sheriff and the police will take a statement from a medium or a psychic before the FBI will. So I don't know. I don't know, but it was a good show though. If you notice all the
Oh, look.
information. Oh, TP, you and your
Just
cute little
because
dog.
I'm glad I found you. Thank you. Well, we're glad that you come in here and we found you.
Yep. Thank you so much. That's so kind. And thank you for your super sticker. We appreciate that.
Oh.
Listen, you guys, all money always goes to Maggie, nobody, Lizzo, none of us have ever taken a cent from this channel. Not that I have to say it, but I am always on the up and up because I think money is the root of all evil, and I am not about hiding shit or being something that I'm not. But any money that's ever come into this channel, we always have paid StreamYard so that we can have people on panels, so that we could bring up stuff, things like that. And StreamYard's gone up just in the 2 years that I have been streaming. And then like we did play, what was his name, Maggie? Yes, the last time we went live, the guy who the girl said, what was his name?
That's the one. That was Monk's Intrigue.
Monks. Yeah. So people like Monks, if we play their videos or their work, I always take money out of the According to Leanie account. And sometimes it's only been like $10, honest to God, but I always send that creator the monies and thank them from all of us for letting us use their stuff. I'm always very honest about it. Even though the way we do it, we've never got a copyright strike, but why would I take credit and take money for using their stuff, you know? So we've always done that. In fact, when that hurricane came up and went all the way to North Carolina, South Carolina area and flooded all that, I found a really great boots on the ground guy that was out there talking to these people and trying to help find the missing from the floods and stuff like that. And while I did that live, I'm not lying. If I'm lying, I'm frying. Y'all ain't going to hell for nobody, okay? Just not.
Look at the little dog on the picture on the screen. Oh
that
my God,
live,
is it a boy or a girl?
That live, we made over $700 on that live. I sent every bit of it to him. Every bit of it. And I showed the receipt on here because I don't ever want anybody thinking that this channel, my channel, is going to profit off of somebody's tragedy. Now, things that are long past, long gone, whatever, like right now, I'm covering the Jodi Arias case in the middle of the night for those of us that are addicted to crime and stuff like that. And sometimes I remember to monetize it and sometimes I don't. I'd rather not monetize it because then I have to just hurry up and skip through all of the ads. And so I try not, we have to actually click the monetization off or it'll just play. So if I forget, it will play, but we've never monetized not one word that we have said about Nancy Guthrie, and never would I. Never would I. Now, if it's a case that's already been closed up, you guys sealed up, you know, like they're doing their thing, then if I feel like monetizing it, I will. But really, it's just dumb. In my book, no, I don't like it. Now, I'm not any other creator that wants to monetize off of their work. More power to you. You get no judgment from me. I'm just saying, for my conscience, I don't want to do that. And we don't do it. So thank you guys so much for being here. Sunburst, good to see you, love bug. Leslie says, I always thought it was a fan. I'm right there with you, Leslie. Yes, Sue, the love of money is so evil. It's so evil. I don't like it. And I got nothing to hide, y'all. We got nothing to hide over here. We ain't even hiding our crazy, y'all. This is who we are. Like us or hate us. We're just the Leanie and a Maggie. Why do some people believe so strongly that her daughter and her husband?
I do.
Shame. Yeah, Maggie doesn't believe that.
I don't believe it for 1 minute. I've never ever had the feeling that it's any of them.
I do believe that tomato hot sauce dude is the mastermind. I think Lizzo believes that he has something to do with it. In fact, I think Lizzo believes that it may be him on the porch. I don't believe that part though.
Yeah. Watch Month's Intrigue.
Yes, y'all please watch Month's Intrigue. Oh, Maggie, should we just play that part?
I was just going to say, can I bring it up?
We have to. We don't have to play his whole lie. And then Lizzo, do you mind dropping his link in chat? Will you do that for us? Y'all, please sub up to this guy. We've only watched, well, I have only seen one video of him. I think he's fucking brilliant. The way that he put this together, and he's got a sense of humor, and I dig that about him. But when I'm not lying to you, I sit at a desk when I'm doing lives like this, and my mouth, I couldn't speak a word. I just sat there with my mouth open because now Maggie can do everything he does. She's good with making videos and pictures and stuff like that. Me, no. I want to be able to turn it on and go. But the way that he put this together, tell us what you think after you see this. Tell us what you think about it, because I was floored, and it got me really close to thinking, oh my God, is that really Tomasco on the porch? I mean, I had to sit and think about it. You won't believe it. You guys, thank you so much, girls. There is his channel. Like I said, I've only watched one. I can't vouch for who he is or what he is or whatever. But what he did on that video that we watched on here that Maggie is pulling up right now.
So
brilliant.
I've got it ready. So what he's explaining so far is about your gait, and everyone's got one. The way you move, everything. And so he's got the perp now in the portrait, what we've just watched. And as he's moving around, he's explaining about his body and everything. And then you see Tommaso with Savannah and Annie going to put flowers outside Nancy's house. So he's telling you to watch certain things, so just keep watching.
Y'all, it's so good. If you
good.
Listen, I would rather delete everything me and Maggie has set up to this point, because this man is so much better than we are. Sasha says this channel's so refreshing, not the financial gain. Thank you, ladies. Oh, you're welcome. Nobody cares around here, Sasha. We don't care about the money. This ain't our job. We're just on here because we don't. Well, I don't.
Yeah, we're just like all you. We're just like you.
that's
We
it.
just got together to talk about it.
We're just gabbing. We have the
Are
gift
you
of gab.
ready?
We were told. Yeah, we're ready. Let's go.
I kissed the blondie. I've got it. Here goes.
Sleuth intuition, mass Sleuth is. It's not on our screen, Max. Sleuth is magnificent as well. I love him. I absolutely love him. And we could drop Sleuth intuitions. Even I don't think I've played any of his stuff, but we can still drop his link in chat, because I think he's an up and up guy. I just really do.
Good. The way he's done this is amazing. Right. Can you see that, Lee?
Yep, we can see it. I'm going to take this off so we can see it even bigger. Good job. Good job. All right, you guys, this is so fascinating.
Yeah. So just watch, listen. Oops.
Very similar posture, Tommaso Cioni. He also has duck feet. But monks, come on. The perp looks a lot thicker. Well, first, I want to say that's what she said. And second, it was between 30 to 40 degrees that night, guys. I can almost guarantee you that the perp was wearing double layers. I've been in that cold of weather, even colder, and I would do that double layer, which I will say I'm speaking from firsthand experience, right? Now, because of this, it would also help puff up, the perp a little bit. A fortunate or by design disguise for his body, okay? Now, don't ask me how, but sometimes we remember the most obscure, useless information. So for some reason, I recall somebody saying early on, it was either Banfield, maybe it was Megyn Kelly, but when the perp turned around on the Nest camera footage, some lady said, "Now look at his mud butt." Now, I admit, my childish humor thought that was funny. Maybe that's why I remembered it. But I also remember thinking from the very beginning upon seeing, the crotch holster guy, that he had double layers on. In the beginning, that was not even a question for me. Double layered everything. I used to do it myself, and I too would have mud butt because I had a whole pair of sweats underneath whatever pants I was wearing. And it was fascinating that this relatively random thought, in the past actually feels kind of important right now. Just look at his pants. I bet there's a pair of sweats underneath those nondescript loose pants. I know. It's not solid evidence of any sort, and you're still not buying it. Well, luckily for both of us, I ain't selling it, because if I had to convince you of anything, then the evidence was just not good enough, okay? However, while you're at the monk's shop of working theories, I'd like to show you something before you leave. So in those 2 hours plus of me burning my eyes over the crotch holster guy, my curiosity started to, veer towards other possible videos that I could go over. And so I went over, the Savannah Guthrie, Annie Guthrie, and Tommaso's walk to Nancy's memorial, which was in front of her house, gifted by the community and YouTubers alike. I also noticed something about Tommaso's way of walking as well. He too has a slight hitch in his left leg, just before the leg motions forward. As his leg goes forward, his foot comes up and juts outwardly, each and every step. I mean, that's just a part of the way he walks, right? As part of his gait, as all the retired FBI agents tell us, he too has a duck walk. What do you think would happen if I were to put Tommaso and the perp's walk side by side for you? Okay, so have your wallet ready, because you might like this readjusted working theory. Now, of course, walking like a duck doesn't mean the man's guilty by any stretch, right? This has to be something that the FBI has already looked into,
Crazy,
right?
you
But you know what
guys?
I'm learning about this case? I'm learning a lot about the FBI, that the FBI is just cool. They are the
Badasses.
cool kids,
They
just
are
like
the cool
Tommaso, they got on those shades. And the FBI, they just simply share nothing with the public. However, unlike Nanos, the FBI will never, ever clear anyone until they are done with their investigation, once the case closes. So how can these two men appear to have a very similar walk and even share the same stance with a very similar bow-leggedness? I mean, is God running out of ideas on how to create Italian men? I mean, not to say the perp is Italian. If you remember in a recent video, I mentioned that while I was doing face overlays, I realized that it just never really felt right or correct. Because as I was doing it, I realized that I basically have to search for a picture that was taken of that person from about, midsection level, the right angle from where that Nest camera was placed. And you would have to take that picture with a wide angle lens. And that is just not happening, right? The closer that you get to this lens, the more distortion that you have. Everything just gets a little bit rounder. Even if the eyes fit, even if the mouth fits, it never felt right. So after a while, I just stopped looking at overlays, okay? But a gate, however, is very compelling. I mean, have we not heard former FBI agent after former FBI agents talk about the perps gate since the Nest camera footage dropped? So I'm pretty sure that it's important if they think it's important. So how does this affect our working Tommaso theory? Okay, so I will say that his absence from any part of the media might hold a clue. So let's start by saying that Savannah loves her sister and Tommaso is her sister's husband. So I 100% support Savannah for backing her brother-in-law, and I expect her to keep doing so. So that being said, in my opinion, the Brian Enton video where Savannah, Annie, and Tommaso are visiting their mom's house, right? In this updated working theory, we are going to include this event. And because we feel that Tommaso has been avoiding the media, this has to be an event that Tommaso did not want to be a part of. However, I feel Tommaso was caught, in that situation when it happens to do with family, right? You kind of got to go. Because I can't imagine Savannah wanting to go to this memorial alone without her sister, right? She definitely wanted Annie there, right? Her beloved sister. And she definitely wanted her beloved brother-in-law there, Tommaso. Because we also have to imagine the alternative and how bad that would look if Savannah Guthrie visited her mom's little memorial there that was left by the community, had to just stand there alone, mourning her mother, right? That wouldn't look very good for Annie and Tommaso. So yeah, they kind of had to go. Now, I'm sure we've all heard the saying that the eyes are the windows to the soul. So seeing Savannah take off her sunglasses was what we all expected. I'll leave that at that. Now, I've been formulating a theory about a possibility of why he doesn't want to be on camera, but it's still a theory that I need to work on, and it might never even see the light of day. But the picture that you're looking at right here is why this spark of ideas came about. I would also bet that you guys can never guess what this theory is. But if you do, and I see it in the comment section, I would be so surprised. Now, before you guys go and protect the ones that you love, you guys should give the Maura Murray case a try, because I've been working hard on it. And I think you guys would enjoy it. If you enjoy my coverage of Nancy Guthrie with the Maura Murray case, I mean, it's 2 decades old. It's hard not to know about this case. And I will say I am kind of an outsider. I know about the case, but I don't know about the case. Okay, so I went in actively trying to block all the noise that comes with a cold case of this age, right? I'm trying to stick to the facts, just sticking to police reports and timelines. And I think I have a good idea of what happened to Maura that night. Now, you should
Maggie,
see a playlist.
I was
the
just
Maura
going to
Murray
do that.
case right about now.
Let's back it
Give
up
it a try.
and take a look at it.
You'll be
just
surprised.
one
I
more
think
time.
I only have one more video coming out for this case to just wrap.
We won't play the whole thing.
Obscure.
We're just gonna play the overlay, the side by side of him walking. It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
I just want to see how soon he does it, you see.
Now, we might want to play this because somebody did say in chat they believed it was Luke. So we might need to play the front of this and then just so people understand the players.
Okay.
If you have time, Maggie. If you don't have time,
No.
I can
Or
carry
his
on.
bandmates stop using.
Sorry, Lee, I didn't mean to play that as you were talking.
Oh, no, it's okay. I just want to make sure you're okay because I feel bad.
Yeah, no, I'm okay for now. I'm okay.
All right, love. But
their
let's just
old
go through this and
pictures
then we'll.
to try to overlay, on the perp or something to that effect. It was not a positive comment, to say the least, okay? And one that had no merit, at least to me, because the only early Black band member that we ever took an interest in is Tommaso. Dominique Evans, okay? His eyes never really did it for me. Plus, if Tommaso is 5'9" to 5'10", then Evans is a few inches shorter, apparently, okay? So I never really looked his way. How about Walter Gonsalves, right? I mean, he sure has pretty eyes as well, right? Just like the perp does. But even he hasn't sparked any interest, and I'm not even sure why. I always found Tommaso as an interesting character because, I mean, he is the last person to admittedly see Nancy alive, and then he proceeds to just withdraw, behind a cloak of mystery. I mean, imagine the countless interview offers that are presented to Tommaso, right? And I'm pretty sure they would provide any type of conditions that he needed or asked for. And still, there is nothing. We know he is not shy, right, of the limelight. So it basically comes down to maybe he just doesn't want to, which is, I will say, perfectly fine. I would do the same thing if I didn't want to do something, okay? It's his choice. And so we never got to really know Tommaso. We never got an interview. We never even got a story from somebody that knew him, maybe just to give us an inkling of what he is like in real life. So we're left to wonder. And oh wells, right? Let's see if we can be fruitful elsewhere. And so last night I decided to watch all of the crotch holster guys' videos from that Nest camera, the images, whatnot. I mean, the footage only equates to roughly 40 seconds. And I watched that thing over and over again because honestly, we cannot let the FBI's magical footage that they just
Was that enough of what you wanted to see there, Lee? I think she's on a ciggy break.
pulled out of the heavens go to waste. So literally, I sat there for approximately 2 hours watching the same 40 seconds of video on loop, pausing it at certain sections, slowing it down, until I noticed something about the crotch holster guy's walk. He appears to have a slight hitch to his step, which I always attributed to cautious night walking. Then I noticed his feet does this funny thing where it juts outwardly once his left leg is extended right here. Now watch his right leg right here. Now, before you kill me for wasting your time, let me show you this photo of the perp standing upright in his natural position, I guess I could say. Now, you could see his feet face outwardly still. So when his legs are straight, his feet point out. I looked this up, and the medical term is called out-toeing. So boring. So we're going to call it what it is. The man has duck feet. I want you.
Yeah, I think Leanie was wanting to see, the three of them together, the three fellas together, talk about their eyes because people have been saying that. I'm not sure she wanted to see this again. So that's what I was asking her. But I think we're coming up to that now anyway, where they're going to walk together, Liz. So.
You guys to notice this as well. The slight bowing of his legs. Now, some people have straight legs. Some people have knock knees. Our perp appears to have, if only slightly, bow legs. Now, I'm going to warn you. You might get the chills when I show you this because you know who else has a very similar posture? Tommaso Cioni. He also has duck feet. But monks, come on. The perp looks a lot thicker. Well, first, I want to say that's what she said. And second, it was between 30 to 40 degrees that night, guys. I can almost guarantee you that the perp was wearing double layers. I've been in that cold of weather, even colder, And I would do that double layer, which I will say I'm speaking from firsthand experience, right? Now, because of this, it would also help puff up, the perp a little bit. A fortunate or
Me
by
play it
design
forward a little bit.
disguise for his body, okay? Now,
Realize he talked this long.
I ain't selling it, because if I had to convince possible videos that I could go over. And so I went over, the Savannah Guthrie, Annie Guthrie, and Tommaso's walk to Nancy's memorial, which was in front of her house, gifted by the community and YouTubers alike. I also noticed something about Tommaso's way of walking as well. He too has a slight hitch in his left leg, just before the leg motions forward. As his leg goes forward, his foot comes up and juts outwardly each and every step. I mean, that's just a part of the way he walks, right? As part of his gait, as all the retired FBI agents tell us, he too has a duck walk. What do you think would happen if I were to put Tommaso and the perp's walk side by side for you? Okay, so have your wallet ready, because you might like this readjusted working theory. Now, of course, walking like a duck doesn't mean the man's guilty by any stretch, right? This has to be something that the FBI has already looked into. So how can these two men appear to have a very similar walk and even share the same stance with a very similar bow-leggedness? I mean, is God running out of ideas on how to create Italian men? I mean, not to say the perp is Italian. If you
I think that's it now, isn't it?
right or correct, because as I was doing it, I realized that I basically have to search for a picture that was taken of that person from about, midsection level, the right angle from where
that's it on that one. Yes, so isn't that interesting? I remember coming across that and I sent it to to Lizzo, and she was like made up with it. Because normally I send people stuff and they've seen it like 6 months before. I know the cries that was Annie, wasn't it? She like sort of went to pieces as soon as she seen the flowers, which I do believe that people can be overwhelmed with things like that. They just break down. I mean, like I say, I don't believe that any of them are involved. I mean, when I seen that about the gate, I was like, oh my God. So Sharon says, if it walks like a duck, acts like a duck, it's a fucking duck. Do we know how tall Tommaso is? I think he's 5'9", and that's the size that they say the perp is. So, yeah. Nicole, he really does have the same walk. So crazy. Sherry says, wow. Debbie says, good work. Oh, this is stuck again. And Maggie says, fuck it up. Yeah, so it's Monk's Intrigue. That's him, the guy who's done it all, which was brilliant the way he's put it together. So the guy in the middle, his eyes look really similar. Wasn't it Tommaso that was in the middle? I think it was. Well, on the first one. Yeah, he did. Johnny did a great job in his videos. He grabs weeds, then look backs towards the light behind. he sort of we say tic-tacs, he sort of bangs his wrist, doesn't he, with his hands, like it's some type of sign. He's looking back, and because I didn't pick up on that first. Sambo said, yeah, I was just looking at that. He has bow legs. Harry says, we all know he did it also. I have a suspicion that she was in on it. Well, I was looking at her feet then when it was showing his coming out, and his did exactly the same. Sharon says it'd be interesting to learn that no percent of the male population is bow legs and duck walk. Oh, those cries. I know. Mikhail says he does have the same walk. I think I'm caught up. Alicia, first time here, but Annie and Tommaso talk when they step in front of the flowers. Listen really good. I think he's like comforting it, but I mean, I'm the wrong person to tell listen because I can't hear a thing. But when Leanie comes back, I'll tell her to listen. She'll listen like a hawk. And welcome anyway, Alicia. Thanks for coming in. Please hit the like. Guys, if you haven't hit the like already, would you do it now, please? And if you'd even be so kind as to sub up to the channel, we'd be made up. And it sounded like she was faking the crime when she went with her sister and put the flowers at the memorial. I don't think she was, but, you know, who knows? Who knows? What you say, Lee?
You guys can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Have you
been shit on a biscuit. I've been here the whole time talking with you.
Oh.
I had some good
I
stuff
thought
to
you'd
say.
gone for the few ciggies, girl.
No, I've been sitting here and I didn't realize that you guys couldn't hear me until you said, Leanie, when she comes back, I was like, I'm here. Yeah, that's so I'm here welcoming people, thanking people for coming in. I appreciate you guys so much.
Yeah.
This
Someone
guy
wanted to listen when they were talking, putting the flowers on. She said, listen very carefully. You can hear them talking.
I will have to redo that because the only thing I could hear her is her whimpered cry. Because I couldn't tell at first, okay, was this coming from Annie or was it, I could tell it's female, but I wasn't sure if it was coming from Annie or Savannah. And then I realized it was coming from Annie. Hey, All the True Crime is back. But you guys listen, will the mods mind dropping Monk's channel one more time into chat? I have not visited his channel yet. I have subbed up to him. I haven't visited it yet. I don't know what it's about, but he looks like he's got a great sense of humor, dry. I dig it. Sarcastic. I really dig that. And I mean, I thought that was just amazing work. Yeah. And so check him out. You know, give him a subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything to subscribe, guys. Just give him a subscribe, and if you just decide it's not your jam, then unsub. You know, I mean, what can they do? 221. God bless my baby. Anyways, so it is late for Maggie now and for our UK people. So we're going to be closing this one down and put our Maggie to bed. Mags, let me know if you want to go live same time tomorrow. We'll go ahead and
go to me, Gail.
That's good. All right, if you wanted tomorrow, just make the
same time, same place.
Same time, same place tomorrow on the Nancy Guthrie thing. You may have already seen it because Savannah is giving a one-on-one interview with Hoda Kotb on the Today Show. It is going to be a 2-part series. The first one being tomorrow, the second part being on Friday. And so maybe you will have already watched it. Maybe you will wait like I will and we'll all watch it together. I don't know. But regardless, come in. Even if you watch it, come in. Tell me what you think. Tell me if you think it's sincere. We did watch the teaser at the top of the show, you guys. Some people were saying those are fake tears. Some people were saying, oh God, I feel so bad for him. Come in tomorrow. Let us know what you guys think about it. I love nothing more, like I said, than to have a chat together. I love that. I love a good debate. You don't have to agree with us, but we're going to be adults here. And I read the room. If you're going to be shitty, as some of you that have been here have seen, I will be shitty right back. That's just the way that it goes. I respect everybody in the beginning. I welcome everybody in the beginning. What you do with my respect afterwards is on you. But we
And
don't.
99% of the times when Leonie has a fight with someone,
I don't fight with people. I end the fight.
They come back. They always end up being the best
Being
mates.
best friends. Yeah, for some reason.
They come in pouchen, right? And Leonie being very, very nice. And then Leonie loses her shit. And then they'll come back. They love it. They love it.
Everybody who's always said, I couldn't stand your ass, ends up being really good friends of mine. Like, take Anne, for instance, Anne's place. She thought I was a complete cunt, y'all. I mean, she
it is
just
difficult,
hated
though,
me.
when people come in and only hear a tiny bit of you.
And then just judge us for it. And sit around, read the room.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, I hear comments in it and see posts that I don't agree with at all. And I think, no chance. That's so wrong. And I don't like something. But everyone has got their own opinion.
Yeah, and I still put it on the screen.
To say it,
Right. And I still put it
what
on
it
the
is.
screen, even if it's not what I think. I'm still gonna, if chat's going slow and we're not looking at something, I always try to stay in touch with chat. I always try to put your guys' comments up on screen because I just think people get overlooked so much in chats, and not bashing any creators on that at all. They just have really big channels. And while we're a small channel, like, we can just sit around and have a discussion. That's my jam.
You do talk to the chat because you get a lot of big channels. They don't, speak with the chat. It's just rolling. They all speak amongst themselves.
Yeah, they don't have time. I don't think.
I think there's just that much going on in this. They don't have time, like you say, because it's hard enough now, isn't it? It goes fast, and you want to speak to everyone, and you do always make time for it. Like,
I try, and I still
times
get
she
behind.
says stop while I check the chat. Stop while I check the chat. You'll hear her saying that all the time. Anyway, John loves the way you say shit on a biscuit.
Shit on a biscuit, John.
Sasha Hedges, she's from the UK too. Hello, Sasha. Whereabouts in the UK are you from? Let us know.
Sharon says, have a good night. I'm going to listen to Disco Duck.
What's Disco Duck?
The duck walking. She's going to go over there and hang out with the monks. Just remember, you were a love bug first, Sharon, before you were a monk. Everybody here is a love bug.
In us. Sasha is from Suffolk. She's posh.
Have a great night, TP. So good to see you, honey.
You posh, just like that Lizzo. She's posh as well.
Sasha, you say Sasha, I say Sasha, and Sasha sounds posh.
And you sound posh, Sasha.
Sasha sounds posh. I bet she has
high tea.
I
make it sound terrible. Sasha Hedges.
Sasha, do you have high tea? Because these hooches that I hang out with, they never even heard of high tea.
Please tell her you do. Or she'll get on all night about high tea. She thinks we dress up in dresses, wear hats and gloves.
Yes.
And have high tea every day.
Yes.
Penelope, I'd be needing double mangiare. Sitting having high tea every day and a piece of cake. Of course, look, Sasha's agreeing with you. Of course.
Thank you, Sasha. Then I'll come visit you in the UK because I'm going to have me some. Listen, I'm inviting myself over to Clarence's house. I'm going to hang out with Chuck, King Chuck. And I know Chuck has high tea.
See his ears before you see him, Lee.
And I'm going to be like, and he's going to love me. He is going to love me. And his wife is going to be like, who is this trollop?
Anytime, Sasha says, anytime.
And why is this trollop dressed in jeans and a t-shirt at our table? I'll be like, ma'am, I first don't know how to dress anymore. And second, I I don't have the clothes that you people. Oh, they're going to take me and they're going to dress me like Bridgerton. Oh, it's going to be lovely.
You too, Jeremy. Good night,
Yes.
love.
Good to see you, Jeremy. All right, guys, we are done with this one.
Yeah,
Thank you guys so much for showing
bed.
up. Maggie, you have a good night. We love you dearly.
I will.
You
Love
are
you
the
too,
salt
Gail.
of the earth.
But I've got a bit of a confession and I've got to speak to you after the show. So.
Oh, okay, can't wait. Can't wait. I'll end it real quick so we can get on and talk.
Speak to you later. Bye, everyone. Have a great
Bye,
day
Mag.
or a good
Love
night
you.
wherever you are. Love you all. Bye. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you guys so much for being here and for helping support the channel just by hitting the like and for listening to me and Maggie and sometimes Lizzo trash talk and just for coming down and chat and giving us a hello. I love meeting new people. Maggie, all of us love meeting new people, and that's the best thing about this platform is just the people. It's you guys. That's it. Anyways, tonight I have a live. I will be scheduling the live as soon as I go gossip with Maggie for a minute. I will have a live starting between 12 and 1 Eastern Standard Time. And the reason why it's such a broad spectrum is because I will go in there and take a nap. And once I can get my ass moving and get me some coffee, then I'll get out here and start that live. We are going over the Jodi Arias trial and we are up to closing arguments on it. So if that's your jam, if you like all that, come and hang out with us. We have a great chat, a great time. And so that's what we're doing in the overnight things. If that's not your thing, we will be back tomorrow, same time, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, going back over more things on the Nancy Guthrie case and also covering Savannah's 2-part one-on-one interview with Hoda Hotby. All right. Thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate you. You guys are the heart of the channel. You mean so much. The Mad Mods, you guys rock the Casbah. Thank you so much, guys. We'll see you next time. Be good or be good at it. Bye, y'all.
Big heart.